We ask for guidance and we ask for strength as we face the daily onslaught to our way of life. The onslaught to our fishing industries, to our precious resources, to our coastal environment that is the nursery of so much of our food chain. We ask that this board will make the best decisions as elected representatives of the people. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This is the regularly scheduled Board of County Commission meeting, June 21st, 2010. Our first order of business is the approval of the agenda.
Chairman, we've got a couple of announcements and presentations to be added. One related to the audit. It's a presentation, an announcement of the budget workshop this Thursday, and an announcement of a new employee.
Mr. Chairman, I have one brief discussion item under County Attorney. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I have a brief announcement, several items under discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I have one item to add under discussion items as well, the August 9th County Commission meeting.
And I'll be asking actually on another meeting also, so I'll put that down with you. July. Yes.
I have one item to add
For a discussion. Okay. I'm pulling item 12C. And I also intend to pull item 14 on the consent agenda for discussion.
Which one? This one here. Mr. Chairman, if we could pull from consent at the appropriate time at the sheriff's request, item number 7. Nothing's changed, but I hear that it just can't be on consent.
Okay.
Pulling it for discussion?
For pulling it off the consent.
Pulling it off
agenda to
consent.
take action on.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, Commissioner Ross.
If we're talking about consent agenda, I'd like to pull item 5 for discussion.
Okay. Any other amendments, additions, changes to the agenda? Would entertain a motion.
So moved to approve with changes.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart to approve the agenda with the noted changes made. Second by Commissioner Green. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. There being no public hearing, we'll proceed to awards and presentations. We'll begin with Emergency Management Director Scott Nelson.
Good evening. Thank you once again. We'll quickly start. I'll just show where we come from. The first slide is May 8th. The slick was 85 miles from Port St. Joe. We moved to the next meeting. It was 170 miles. I believe that was May 17th. Next slide. Then again on June 7th. It was 85 miles from Port St. Joe, and here we are today. at 34 miles. Now, we do expect today and through the rest of this week a shift again, fortunately out of the southeast, so hopefully that will gain that ground back. But we've had tar balls confirmed as close as one in Gulf County and then several in Panama City over the last several days. Just a quick summary of actions. On June 7th, Workforce Plus, I see Ms. Moore is in the room. They worked to coordinate with BP reps to pre-qualify and train 200 community responders that will be used as needed. On the 8th, again, we had one tar ball reported at the lighthouse here in St. Mark's that was not confirmed. It turned out to be biological. On the 9th, we traveled to Port St. Joe to view their LSA and look at their equipment. As well, on the 9th, we were issued Army Corps of Engineers permit for the boom. That requires a special permit to allow the boom to be laid out there in special criteria, and that has been done. The permit has been granted. On the 10th, process for BP claims changed to the county. This was a big change the Friday before last. They actually came up with a new process, and we'll talk more about that on the 11th. On the 11th, the state took the process that was laid out and said, okay, the booming plan we've been working on for the last 30-plus days, we now want you to accept it, the county. That led to the next bullet, which led to several days of us working with many to try to get that overturned. And on the 13th, 13th we began monitoring Invest 92, which is now a dead wave, but we've got Invest 93 out there now. It's south of Cuba. Hopefully it will continue to impact just South America. Light sheen was confirmed in Franklin County. It has been determined it is not attributed to Deepwater Horizons, that it's some other release from a vessel. But on the 15th, we, after several days of working to overturn what they let us know was going to happen on the 11th, we were successful. Basically, that contract, which was $4.9 million, will be implemented by the state, not by the county. That was the county just did not have the funds to manage or go through that process. So fortunately, that was done. The EP signed that contract on the 16th. And pretty much since then, we've had an all clear here in Wakulla County, Franklin County, and Gulf County from the 19th to the 21st. And this weekend on the 19th, scallop season opened early. They're trying to provide opportunities for tourism here locally. The next slide is a little bit difficult to see, but it's basically information numbers. I'll give you the highlights. Impacted wildlife, 866-557-1401. Oiled shoreline, 877-2-SAVE-Florida, or pound DEP on a cell phone. That'll go directly to the folks who are going out to recon any reports of oil. And for general questions, Florida has developed a hotline. It's 850-245-6530. With that, there are a few websites listed, but I think probably the most important thing to let you all know is our BP offices. The claims office is 3010 Crawfordville Highway. The number to report and your first step to file a claim is calling the 800 number. That's 800-440-0858. And we also have an outreach office. Grail Farr is here tonight. He's one of the members there. It's at 2887 Crawfordville Highway, and he can help you with any issues that you're not able to get resolved at the claims office or any questions you may have with the BP process. And his number is 251-648-9398. The next one is just simply our boom plan. Again, it's a fairly aggressive plan, but it covers most of the county. And I stand ready for questions.
Questions from the board? I have a question, Scott. I've gotten calls and concerns over the Glockney Bay region. Could you comment on that? I know we have those deflector booms up there.
Yeah, Glockney Bay, because of the flow coming in and out, they're using deflection, and the only place they could find that they could actually put boom that it would stay and they could hold it for that distance was using it up against the bridge as a support. So they are using deflection at the mouth there on the Franklin side, and then again using the bridge as support. To me, the best possible way to prevent this is to attack it at its source, to attack it offshore. Booming is somewhat effective, especially in quiet waters. It is not very effective in fast-moving waters. And so you get around to Dickerson, I think you'll see better use of boom. Certainly we're going to put it in a faster-moving water, but it's going to be more effective where you have quieter waters. The state today announced, well, it's been announced for a few days, but they finally became operational with a piece of the Unified Command in the state EOC that gives them better operational control of resources. There's certainly trying to come up with new ways to attack this at its source, or at least as it gets within the 30-60 mile range. They came out with a process today for state-managed burning offshore, and there's going to be some reviews by health departments and those kind of things to make sure that's safe. But they are trying to identify ways that they can manage this event offshore. And again, it was mentioned by Phil Wisniewski at the last meeting. But that I believe is certainly the best approach. Is we've seen in every state as we have the oil slick coming close, it is a fight to continue to keep it from making landfall. So again, certainly I support them throwing as many resources as they can before it gets here.
As far as the the lessons learned from counties to our west, my speaking with river keepers, the phone calls, the conference calls we've been having, it seems like the biggest lesson is get it out in the Gulf before you have to deal with it on the shore.
I think they found that most things they've tried have been minimally effective at best inshore. You got to throw the resources at it offshore to keep it from coming in. Boom is, again, in quiet water seems to be somewhat effective. Deflection is somewhat effective if you've got the skimmers to follow up. But they're trying to use scenarios for barges now. Barges aren't a solution for us. They're trying to use them as a source of boom, basically, to add water, get them lower in the water. But they're using them in places that, number one, the current's swift, and as that water pushes up against it, it's going to go underneath. I mean, those are ideas that work on paper, but they've not shown to work well near shore. And again, certainly we have an aggressive boom plan. As the conditions are right, it will be protective. But I think the river keepers and everybody that's involved now thinks the resources need to be thrown at this well offshore.
And are there more skimmers coming to our area?
There are 5 additional skimmers coming today or tomorrow. That'll put us, I think, statewide at 25. There is certainly a push by Senator Lemieux and Senator Nelson to bump that up. DEP is working to bump that up, and we're hoping that this change with operational control here locally as opposed to at the Unified Command will give us some of that control to be able to, as Craig Fugate likes to say, kill a gnat with a sledgehammer. The model we're under now appears to be just enough just in time, and that's not a state of Florida model. And hopefully this new change will give them the ability to bring in the resources that are needed offshore.
Any other questions? Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand. You've acquired the boom that we would deploy if...
The boom currently, there are 2 different people laying boom. There's BP, they're using a company called SWS. That boom is sitting in Carabel. In the next day or two, that boom will be moved, staged to deploy. The boom on the DEP contract side, we expect in the next few days to be staged in the county, but we're waiting on DEP to pull that trigger. So as soon as that happens, it'll be staged here, ready to deploy.
And who's going to put out that boom under each of those?
SWS for BP, and then DEP has hired a company called DRC to put it out on the state side. So it's hard to see in a picture, but the red boom belongs to BP or SWS, and the green boom will be done by DRC or the state contractor.
Okay. And we're confident we have enough people to get that boom deployed? They have
timelines set per their contract that they must meet. So they've got experience. DRC's been laying boom in Escambia County. They've got an idea how long it takes. Certainly as they get here and look at our coastline, we've got some challenges with shallow water that they've been made aware of.
A while ago, and this may be different, but you had indicated that that the refuge had some concerns about deploying boom, and we're thinking about not.
The refuge had some concerns. It turns out the concern was over a test boom that was used to try to catch tar balls. It was similar to a net, and the boom that will be deployed, they don't have a concern with.
Okay. And I had another item on that dealt with BP jobs, and from what I understand, as of today, there are no opportunities.
There are 200 people trained in a program they call Quality Community Responder. As hopefully we do not get hit, but as there are opportunities for cleanup here locally, those people will be activated and will go to work. If they're needed elsewhere, they may also be activated and go to work in other locations. But that is the trigger point. As we start seeing an impact locally, those people will be employed. From what I understand, they have been paid for their training time, so they were trained for the time they went through the 40-hour hazmat training and those opportunities. But also there have been quite a few people under the Vessel Opportunity Program that have been hired by BP to help deploy boom either here or in other areas. Many of them are working, they're not just deploying boom, they're also doing monitoring and doing recon, and many of the reports we're getting are coming from those folks.
A lot of people have been eager to take courses or training in how to handle oiled wildlife. And could you update us? I know there's been difficulty getting that course offered here, or a course.
There has been. Scott Jackson has been working very diligently to bring the course here. The good news is we haven't had a need, and it hasn't been a great need statewide. However, I got a call, and I'll kind of leave it there, but it looks like some of that may be changing on on the process, and it's good news for those that want to assist, but there's nothing official yet. But it certainly it appears that the call has been heard, and there may be changes coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is a presentation dealing with broadband, CenturyLink, Carmen Grasswell Butler.
I'm actually filling in for Carmen. My name is Eric Miller. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to come out here and talk to you a little bit about our company and the broadband that we offer in the community and our plans going forward. We've gotten some questions over the last year, I know, since I moved into this area, where people are wondering what we have the ability to offer and wanted to get in front of the local organizations to make people aware of what we have available. My name is Eric Miller. I'm the Vice President and General Manager for CenturyLink, responsible for North Florida and the state of Alabama. Wanted to tell you real quickly about CenturyLink. I know you have a lot of pressing matters in front of you. CenturyLink came together with the CenturyTel acquisition of Embark about a year ago. With that acquisition, we are a company that has more of 100 years of experience providing broadband voice service and advanced communication services into various communities throughout the United States. We're a leading broadband provider. We currently have operations in 33 states and are the 4th largest carrier. We have technicians that are actually right down the street from here. You see them, I'm sure, when you're driving in across the way, and employ a number of folks within the community here and around North Florida. We've also recently announced that we're going to be acquiring Quest, and that will assist us mainly in providing services in the western portion of the United States, but also allow us to have a greater connection into the internet backbone, providing services here in this community and throughout the United States. This shows you a map. This is our existing footprint of where we provide service. The yellow lines that you see up there is our core network, that we actually own that network. The benefit that provides to this community as well as to other communities is it allows us to connect to companies that are located in various areas at very high speeds. We currently offer services in various parts of the United States where we're providing connections to cellular providers and other carriers at a speed of 40 gigabits, which is significantly higher than what you hear when you hear Google and others talk about broadband infrastructure that's out there. That is our backbone, and what that really allows us to do is to move that traffic throughout the United States and offload it at various areas, so areas where there are connections with a Google or a connection with a Yahoo or connections with others out there. You'll notice the green footprint that we have in the area of northern Florida. We're concentrated in this area down to Sopchoppy, Panacea, St. Marks, Woodville, Crawfordville, and then up into the Tallahassee area, out to Madison and Monticello. You can hit the next slide. Wanted to bring in a little bit more detailed information that ties directly to the area that we serve right here. This is a map, and it's a little bit hard to see, but the area that you'll see up on the screen at this point in time is the area where we currently provide broadband. In the majority of that area, we're actually providing a service of 10 megabytes or higher, and we've actually begun the process starting at the end of last year of rolling out a service that offers 25 megabytes. So in comparison to what's out in the network at this point in time, it's a very high speed. There are some areas that I would point out that are we don't have broadband service over on the western side of the screen, but we are talking to groups like the North Florida Broadband Authority. We've had discussions with them and are trying to work with them to set up some type of operating committee where we might be able to leverage that to put in service over in that western area that isn't currently underserved. That's a situation that most carriers struggle with because we provide a fiber-based service, which is a very high-speed, very dependable service, which is the upside of the service. The downside of the service is it's also very expensive to deploy in many areas, and so it's expensive for us to deploy it over there based on the number of customers that live in that area. But if we can leverage an investment that is made through the stimulus funds, then we're looking for that opportunity. Next screen. Wanted to show you just as an example, and we have a challenge, which I just got involved in telecommunications a couple of years ago on the wireline side, and one of the big challenges is our network is our biggest asset, but it's also the thing that we can communicate the least about, because that fiber optic network that we refer to is also a big risk when it comes to having that cut. And even since the September 11th, there's been pressure from the government as far as restricting the information that we put out there, because you can isolate, in many cases, if you damage the fiber, you can isolate a community from the internet, and more importantly from first responders and other organizations. So the screen that you're seeing right now this is an example of, these are customers, current customers that we have in this area. And so again, you look, the majority of the yellow dots right in the middle are going to be, I believe, the Crawfordville area, and you have Woodville farther up. We have fiber that is running down that corridor. And I refer to the 40 gigabit service, that is, you'll hear fiber referred to, is that fiber allows future proofing, future growth. It allows us to, in other parts of the country, our company currently offers a video product. We have the ability to offer, similar to how you think of cable television. This fiber that I reference on the screen allows us longer term to do the same thing in this community. Also enables you to enable future communication such as video conferencing or transmission of large data. It helps if you're trying to attract high-tech jobs to your community, because this is a way for people to get onto the internet at a very high speed, and they can work basically wherever they need to be. So if you could scroll through. The other thing I wanted to point out is we as an organization have had some challenges in that our base service, as far as where we started with telephone service, is continually eroding. And so I think one of the challenges there is, and I joke because I came into this business a couple of years ago, and I tell people who've been in it for a long time is, man, I wish I was in this business 35 years ago, because there's nothing like a monopoly. And currently we're nowhere near a monopoly. Even though we've seen declines in revenue, we continue to invest in the community, which I wanted to point out. You'll notice up on the screen, these are some of the events where we continue to partner with the community and continue to look for opportunities where we can do that, either through sponsoring events or also through the potential to provide services in a way that enables a community or enables opportunities. Recently up in Alabama, we helped support a large scale event by providing free Wi-Fi service. Those are the types of opportunities that we look for where we can't provide direct monetary compensation. So appreciate the opportunity to come out here and talk to you, and I'd ask you if you have any questions of me at this point in time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Next on the awards and presentations is Wakulla County 4-H, Sherry Hood.
On behalf of the Wakulla County 4-H program, I'd like to let the community know that we're now accepting applications for volunteer members to serve on our 4-H advisory committee. The committee functions to meet the affirmative action plan requirements for each county program through the University of Florida. The requirements are basically an interest and desire to see our Wakulla County program expand, grow, and meet the needs of all of the youth in Wakulla County. It is open to all Wakulla County residents. It is made up of between 5 and 10 members who may also serve on the overall Extension Advisory Committee if they so choose. Ideally, we would like to have representation from the following sectors of the community: business and civic leaders, the faith community, parents, law enforcement, teachers, youth leaders, nonprofit organizations, health service agencies, elected officials, concerned citizens, and youth of all ages. The advisory committee meets a minimum of 2 times per year and serves to advise, direct, promote, inform, advocate, and support the Wakulla County 4-H program. It is the responsibility of the 4-H Advisory Committee, in concert with the 4-H agent, to determine within available resources the annual and long-term plans for the 4-H effort within the county. If the provisions of the affirmative action plan are to be met, then the 4-H Advisory Committee must be involved in an ongoing process of making decisions, offering support and approval, as well as giving advice and counsel to the county 4-H agent. The next scheduled advisory committee meeting is open to the public and will be held on Thursday, August the 5th, 2010 at 6 p.m. at the Wakulla County Extension Office. A light dinner will be provided for all participants, and questions may be directed to me at the Extension Office at 926-3931 or my email sjhood@ufl.edu, and applications may be picked up at the Extension Office beginning tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
No. Thank you. Was it get on of the audit announcement?
Just 3 quick announcements and a presentation, sir, or 2 quick announcements and a presentation. First announcement is just a reminder that this Thursday evening at 5 p.m. at the location there up on the big screen. We have 2 workshops. One at 5 is the 3rd budget development workshop. This is certainly going to prove a lively discussion, I think. And then following that, immediately will be a review of opportunities for community center activities. Both will be at the community center itself, that location itself, in the main building, the big meeting room, formerly the church. The second announcement I had was just bring before the board Frank Baxter, and he's got his band of Merriman, who also served as his selection committee, Charlie and Rod. Frank, stand up for a second. Frank is our new building official. He comes to us from many places across the state and country, but most recently served with distinction in Lee County. Very familiar with hurricane codes and sort of the codes that are similar to what we have here in Wakulla, and really tremendous reputation. He was the top-rated candidate to emerge from that competitive process, and I just wanted to join you in welcoming him aboard. Next is a presentation, sir, on the audit, and I'll just ask our auditor, I'm sorry, Mr. Powell, I believe, to step forth.
Great. As always, it's a pleasure delivering the annual audit of Wakulla County. The commissioners have the audit report. I promise you I will not review every 184 pages, but I'll review the highlights as I have previously with the county administrator staff and the clerk's finance office staff. A county audit is a complete audit of each constitutional officer of the board, and then a combination of the financial statements and findings in this one report. If we will look at the county-wide financial statement tab on page 8 and 9 is the audit opinion. It states that it's a complete audit of the county, completed in accordance with applicable auditing standards, which in your case include the financial auditing standards, the government auditing standards, the federal single audit standards, and the state single audit standards. So you have 4 levels of audit procedures and assurance. And in an audit, what you seek is a clean, unqualified opinion that states that the financial statements are an accurate reflection of how the county stood at the end of the year and what transpired financially, and you have that highest level clean opinion, which is a good reflection on the quality of the financial records and practices of the county. The first section of the audit, as required by GASB 34, is a management's discussion and analysis, beginning on page 10. It is some overview information prepared by your staff. We review it, but prepared by your staff that gives some overview financial information on the county. And if you move to page 13, is a table that is a highly condensed balance sheet of the county at the end of the fiscal year, and it shows a comparison with the prior year. And the total assets of the county at the end of the year were $82,436,478, which was almost exactly the same as the prior year, an increase of $82,052. The total liabilities of the county at the end of the year were $14,764,195, which is a $1.3 million decrease from the prior year. The net assets, the net worth equity of the county at the end of the year was $67,672,283. It has components of it. The the largest component is the investment in capital assets. That was $57 million. $10,568,000 is restricted assets. It's liquid assets, but has various restrictions on them imposed by either legal action or board action. And so the unrestricted assets, and this is under business accounting principles, was actually in the negative $380,868. Upon analyzing that, that's mainly a reflection that you have to include in the liabilities the full cost of the closure, post-closure of your landfill, which is about $1.4 million that you don't have to fund. But under business accounting principles, your unrestricted equity is basically in the negative. The next table on page 15, again under business accounting principles, the total, this is a revenue and expense statement. The total revenues for the year were $33,495,665, which is this $6 million decrease from the prior year, but the greatest reason for the decrease was a decrease in grant activity and also in some charges for services area. Total expenses were almost exactly the same at $32,631,000. So under business accounting principles, there was an increase in net assets of $736,330, but you see that is a substantial decrease from the prior year when you were plus $7 million. Again, that's mainly a reflection of the decreased activity in grants and charges for services area. The next the table on page 18 shows the debt of the county at the end of the year. The total debt was $10,935,498. Of that, $8.2 million was in loans, $531,000 in capital leases, $886,000 in accrued leave of employees, and the $1.3 million in the landfill closure, post-closure liability. You had a decrease in loans and long-term liabilities of about $1.7 million. So that's good. Okay, so under the business accounting principles, you were slightly better than the prior year. However, the county operates and budgets and manages its operation under fund accounting principles, which are more cash flow oriented statements. And so if you move to page 23, here is the balance sheet of the governmental funds. All of the funds in Wakulla County are basically governmental, except for your sewer and your garbage funds. Those are enterprise funds, but these are the governmental funds. So the total assets in these funds were $16,187,237, and of that, $3.8 million is in the general fund. Now, the general fund of any county or city is basically your fund that revenues in there you can generally use for any operation, and that has the bulk of your core governmental activities in this fund. The total liabilities of all of these funds were $4.3 million. The total fund balances were $11,870,641. The fund balances are cash reserves. They're pretty much cash. But of your nearly $12 million, $10 million has various restrictions on them that you just can't use for any reason. If you look at the the general fund balance. The unreserved fund balance is $1.9 million. And you look at that fund kind of as that's your contingency fund. So, how much will that? How much of your regular expenditures will that fund? In your instance, it's around 8 or 9%, which is about 1 month, and it should be higher. However, it is positive. The next statement right below it, page 24, is the revenues and expenditure statement. And in this year, the total revenues were at $31,403,000. Total expenditures were at $32,748,895 after transfers in and out. And this year, expenditures exceeded revenues by $1,362,521. And if you look over in the general fund, it exceeded them by $1.2 million. And so it reduced the fund balance from $3.9 million to the $2.6 million. So in this year, your reserves in the general fund showed a drop of around $1.3 million. In our analyzing that, it seemed like that generally expenditures were held within the budget. However, all of the revenues that were in the budget weren't achieved, and so it's and we're off about that $1.3 million in general fund. An area that to make you aware of in the road department fund, it actually ended up with a negative fund balance of $125,000. So expenditures exceeded revenues by $740,000, and that was great enough to make that fund balance negative. And this was for last year. You have some positives in that area, but they're in like the impact fee fund, the 1 cent sales tax fund, and other funds that have restrictions on them. So in the on the fund basis, overall you spent more money than you collected for the year, and your reserves overall dropped about $1.3 million. And so if that were to recur, which I'm sure it won't, that would erode your reserves.
This is probably a good interlude, if it's all right with the chair and the board. This is what we've been talking about, or what I've been talking about for the past few months as far as getting you ready for Thursday night's awakening, which is how we are taking this information and force-feeding it into your budget. So what this tells me, some of this you budgeted for. In other words, there was an expectation that you've been realizing into your budget some of these cash reserves to support your operating costs because the money was there. It is now at the low end of any generally acceptable range. So that's over. Your revenues, almost all of them, are coming in light. Whether that's property tax revenues, I mean, just generally, as you know, in the good times, when everybody's well employed and they've got enough money to pay their taxes, you budget whatever you budget for property taxes, and then there was more, and so that would just fall to your cash account and be there to spend. In the past 2 years, and certainly in this year, almost every revenue has been coming in shy. So, people are having a hard time that, you're not hitting your budget targets for property taxes. Jail bed revenue didn't hit its target. Your sales tax revenues, your general, a number of your main revenue sources were just not meeting their targets. So those have been accounted for. This is just sort of building into what is going to be a difficult discussion, I think, on Thursday, because given this information and given this dynamic, the auditor has been pretty clear. Stop budgeting cash reserves as a revenue source. So we have. And that's a big chunk. We now see that jail bed revenues have not come in at the budgeted amount. We've dropped the budgeted amount. That's a big chunk. But the board is on point for wanting to stay at 8.25 mils. The rollback rate is closer to 9.3. Rollback rate meaning what is the millage rate it takes to just generate the same revenues that you generated in property taxes this year. That's a significant amount. So basically, long story short, at the start of this budget development process, when you accounted for those reductions and that reality, you start off $2.5 million in the hole on revenue. So we've been cutting, and you'll see where we are. But I just want you to be aware that we're cognizant of these realities, and the need this year to correct them.
Before you proceed, are there any other comments or questions from the board? I'd like to say a couple things. One is, I know you met with the administration on this, but I would certainly, I think the board would also like to receive this with your cover letter prior to going through this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I would have liked to have had the opportunity to review this document before we're running through it now.
Sure, I understand. And I'd be happy, after the board has looked at it, to return to a future meeting or workshop if you requested it.
Okay. And I'll save my later comment. You're still going on, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So,
Great.
then
Okay, the other funds are the enterprise funds. On page 26 is the balance sheet for the enterprise funds. Again, you have a sewer fund, solid waste fund. The total assets here are substantial. $20 million, 02633. Your substantial assets are in the sewer fund. The total liabilities, $5,753,769. The substantial liabilities are in the sewer fund. The loans in there are about $4 million. You have some deferred grant revenue. So the net assets, again, your equity, $14,266,864. But the substantial equity is invested in capital assets, and the unrestricted equity, basically your cash equity, ended up only to $41,000. It was positive in the sewer fund, $807,000, negative in the solid waste fund, $766,000. The next statement on page 27 is the revenue and expense statement. And here, the bottom line in the sewer fund was negative $337,000. Of that, depreciation was $508,000. It was negative in the solid waste fund, $162,970. Only $50,000 of that was depreciation, so that had some areas where you were collecting less money than you spent in that operation. So again, in your enterprise funds, the numbers to look at, the cash at the end of the year was totaled $80,941. Your net equity, unrestricted reserves, only $41,000. And from reviewing that with the county administrative staff, there are plans through with revenue enhancements, I think, to address those issues. Okay, so overall financially, you were not as well off at the end of the year as at the beginning of the year, and you are in an area with where reserves need to be stabilized. Okay, the balance of the audit under the government auditing standards has some compliance reports in it, and that they begin on page 78. There's a report on our procedures under government auditing standards, and we had no new findings, but I'll review the carryover findings. On page 80 is our report under the state and federal single audit standards, and we had no findings or question costs in those reports. We have, I think, the grant schedule next that the various agencies use to reconcile your grants. In this year, the federal grants totaled $1,776,808. The state grants totaled $2,789,868.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 85. You have 4 pages of grants, and Wakulla County has a lot of grants, both in number and size for your size of county. So grant accounting here is a big deal, but those you have it starts with the federal grants on page 82, concludes on 83, and then the state grants begin on 84, conclude on 85. All of the management letter issues are on page 89 and 90. On 89, the carryover findings, and you list them here until they're completely concluded, had some internal control issues with documentation on the landfill collections. In this year, that finding was substantially corrected. Had some issues, some carryover issues with purchase orders not being issued prior to the purchase, but being issued sometimes after the invoice, the date of the invoice. That finding was still present in some instances, but was improved. In the sewer billings cutoff procedures, it's discussed more on page 90 under the prior year findings. In this year, the county contracted with the PAWS to do the billing and collecting and all of that, but was not providing the county with the detailed information of aging of accounts receivable, how much is billed and collected, and the detail of that. And in this year, that was not still completely corrected. That's very important to properly manage the revenue that's billed and collected, and if they're doing cutoffs when they're supposed to, and things like that. The next area in the SHIP grant accounting, the county regularly has 3 SHIP grants open at one time.
Where are you now?
Okay, on page 90 at the bottom. It's going to be 90 and 91. And so it's important because all of the expenditures are the same type of expenditures. It's very important to keep up with the grant spending by year, and the only way to properly reconcile that is to have departments or cost centers in the finance office, and it was improved in this year, but we still could not precisely track how much was reported as spent in these 3 years. And so, but it is important, because if that money's not spent after 3 years, then it would have to be refunded, or if it was not spent in the proper line items. So but it was improved in this year, but still not completely fulfilled. All other findings in the prior year were corrected in this year. We had several in the prior year regarding grant administration and old grants open and not closed out. So if those were substantially cleared in this year. The only new finding, and it's to make you aware of a new requirement of the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. The GASB issues accounting principles for governments. Florida statute said that you must comply with all those, and they have one that's new, and what this says, GASB 45, it says that if you allow retirees on your health insurance plan, even if you're having them pay the whole cost of it, that there's an implied belief that your rate per employee is higher because of those older people being in the population. And so you have to have a study that discloses what that cost is. You don't have to fund it, but you have to report it in your financial statements. And so even though you just have a few evidently on your plan, and even though they're paying the full cost, that is a requirement that the county needs to address in this year. And it's not me saying that, it's just the generally accepted accounting principles. In here is a recap of all the other officers, and as you can see, each of the constitutional officers either had no findings in the prior year, no findings in the current year, or fixed their prior year findings and had no findings in the current year. Obviously, a constitutional officer is a specialized unit, and it's excellent, but the opportunity for findings is much more limited in an officer than it is with the board. Okay, the annual report to be filed with the state electronically will be in compliance with the audit. The county properly invested public funds, was not in a financial emergency status at the end of the year. We did financial condition assessment procedures as required by rules of the Auditor General, and I've discussed the highlights of those. The clerk complied with the budget certified to the Florida Clerks Operations Corporations and the performance standards required by Florida statutes. Our audit did not disclose anything else that is required to be disclosed. We have reviewed all of this information kind of continually with your staff and the clerk's staff. And as always, we're honored and appreciate working with the board and the county, and be happy to answer any questions here. Like I say, I'd be happy to come to a future meeting if you want to do that.
Any questions, comments from the board?
Not now.
Well, maybe one technical question for you. In summary, are you saying that we're spending more money than we're taking in?
I am, yes, sir.
Thank you. Are there any other items on, I still have one, but are there any other commission items under awards and presentations?
Yes, I had two brief ones.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I announced that we're collecting non-perishable foods to help restock our food banks. You can bring those to the library, the extension office, the courthouse, the county administration building, or the housing office. I've been, every meeting I bring some cans here just trying to remind people that there's still a need to keep our food banks stocked. And the Chamber of Commerce also collects items there, and a few groups have started collecting them now when they hold their monthly meetings. So the Wakulla County Coalition for Youth every month now collects some. So if you belong to an organization, maybe that make that a part of your regular meetings for everyone to bring some kind of food. And the other thing I wanted to announce is that Florida Wild Mammal Association is having a second work day on June 22nd. 26th.
I think that's tomorrow.
Not tomorrow, Saturday, June 26th. That's it for me.
Is there a problem with the door? our daughter able to go in and out or no? Okay. We have 3 servicemen who are returning from active duty, are all scheduled to arrive on July 1st. Sergeant Bill Yates, sock chopping, Sergeant Casey Whitlock, Crawfordville, and I believe Sergeant Robert Ponder, also of Crawfordville. There's also intended to be a 4th of July party in honor of these servicemen in Smith Creek on July 4th. About 7 p.m. for those commissioners who would like to attend. The invitation is extended to you, 3104 Smith Creek Road.
Can you put this in an email? Or was it date?
Sure can.
Okay.
Sure can. No, July 4th is the day. Okay. And okay. We're at the portion of the meeting that is the consent agenda. We have a consent agenda with several items which were pulled, which were intended to be pulled. I'll repeat those: 5, 7, and 14.
I move that we approve the consent agenda with those items pulled.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Brock. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. First item to address is the number 5, which was request board approval to submit federal Tiger grant application. Commissioner Otts.
Yes, please. Is Jennifer Langston here? I'm glad we're submitting another application. I had a couple questions, and then I wanted to offer some suggestions. It mentioned that you sought, you had some consultants. Who were the consultants?
Our existing consultants that we have under contract for various projects, transportation related, are Kimley Horn and Preble Rish.
Okay, so both of them have input into this. Okay. Do we have any information on how our first application was scored?
No. No feedback was given to any of the folks who submitted applications, other than that no Florida applications were actually accepted into the program.
Okay.
So no feedback was provided specifically as to where we stacked up and our proposal stacked up.
There's no way to get that.
We can request it. I don't even think they were evaluated, to be honest, because of the rail program. The funding that Florida received from stimulus funds went directly to the rail program, so I don't think any projects were even considered.
Right, I understand. And, you know, if we knew that it had been evaluated positively, it would make sense to just resubmit what we had before. But here's my concern. When I read what was funded, at least according to this item, it says projects ranging from bridge replacements, freight rail corridor improvements, streetcar extensions, and bicycle pedestrian networks. And when I look at what the application is looking for, it includes things like sustainability, reducing dependence on oil, for example, livability, fostering livable communities, job creation, innovation. And so I'm a little concerned that we're kind of, rather than trying to put forward like a 21st century, really exciting proposal that addresses a lot of those things, we're kind of 20th century infrastructure, and I just, I'd like to see us be competitive. So we certainly have a need to be, addressing traffic issues on 319, which is what these turn lanes or widening or whatever will help to do. But I'm wondering if it would not strengthen our application to include some other modalities, whether it's bike lanes along 319 or feasibility studies or pilot studies for public transit. And so I would just ask that as you're developing, you maybe continue to talk with the consultants and explore trying to maybe make the proposal a little more innovative and addressing some of these things that they might like. I know we've had Star Metro say that they could run a bus to Wood, and I know our Wakulla County Senior Transportation Center van service actually got a grant to purchase a van, but for commuter, but would need about $60,000 in match funds. I don't know if that could be supplied through this. Commuter Services of North Florida has started running express vans out of Quincy. You know, so that maybe there's some partnership or something with one of those that could be included in this. Just something to explore.
We'll definitely consider everything that you mentioned.
So I move to approve exploring these additional ideas and submitting an application for the federal Tiger Grant.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Artz, second by Commissioner Brock. Any citizens to speak on this? None. Further board discussion? Hearing none, call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, I think the next item we had requested be pulled. We just heard from Sheriff's Office representatives that it just could not be approved as part of the consent.
Move to approve the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office to submit a Justice Assistance Grant application and to continue to use the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Association grant to fund a person's crime unit.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Brock, second by Commissioner Artz. Any citizens to speak on this? None. Any further board discussion? None. Call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. Number 14 was pulled at my request, and the reason why I asked for this to be pulled is for discussion. And I think we all are greatly concerned as to what is happening out in the Gulf. And we don't know what impacts we have right now, but I'm thinking that this oyster relay program, although good when we didn't have this catastrophe in the Gulf going, what I'm concerned about is that our resources, wherever they are, be used to sustain and keep and hopefully have for the future oysters that will be alive. And I'm concerned that we should be looking at somehow either protecting the most protectable oyster beds that can be identified, or artificially creating an environment for oysters to be placed into and make sure that we have seeds. It's like a crop. And if we let this crop get damaged, I mean, I guess we can go someplace that wasn't affected by these oysters and get their oysters, but it's not going to be our oysters anymore if we don't know, and that's where I'm concerned about. So I just bring it up for discussion.
I move to approve the resolution in support of the oyster relay program.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Artz. Second. Second by Commissioner Green. There are citizens to speak. Ronald Fred Crum.
Thank you, Chairman Kessler and Commissioners. what we're asking for is the county to sort of partner with us. And you're right. You know, I've had the opportunity to go through all these BP classes, and so I've learned a little bit about what we're going to get. Maybe we can't solve all the problems, but the booms are not real answers to it, because, you know, we've learned that if you have over a 1 knot current, it will breach the boom. And then the oil, by the time it gets here, is weathered oil, so it's about the same weight of water. So if you bounce it a little bit, it'll go under. So, but what we're talking about here was the oyster relay. It's been here for years. You know, Wakulla County, during the time of the red tide, Franklin County had to come over here. So we do have a product here that we can, and I think it's aquaculture here. We got $50,000 out of $400,000. And I've been fighting this for several years to make it work. You know, you got 3 classes of water. You got open, you got conditional, and then you got closed. And this grant says we're going to take live oysters out of closed areas, transport them into open areas, and then after 21 days they're legal to, it's okay to harvest them. You know, I don't want it to be an entitlement where people rush out there in 24 hours and rake some shell off the top of a bar and go out there and plant it and it don't grow anything. What we want to do, and that I would like to ask the commission, no expense to the commission, but I need your backbone. I need you to help me stand tall against all the powers out there and say, yeah, you're going to get the money, but we're going to move proper product. And when it's over with, you know, all the small oysters they're going to cull off, you actually plant new bars. I picked up a box of fish today. I hurt my back, so I'm not standing too good. But, you know, I think if we prove that we're responsible, we can get more of this 400,000. But we can move 20-something thousand bushels of oysters, real oysters, that people can harvest them back. We're going to pay them $2 to move them. Then they're going to move them back at $15. So it's a good return to the people in the community in Wakulla County. And that's raw material. When that money comes into Wakulla County, it's 100% spent in Wakulla County. If Franklin County has to come over to work, hey, I'm a taxpayer. If y'all assist me here, and that's all we're talking about. Jennifer Langston is a good coordinator. I mean, she's a good liaison between us and just, so if I need help, that you help me with the Department of Agriculture, whoever that may be. But we can grow oysters in Wakulla County, and we do. When the red tide was here, everybody made a living in Wakulla County. We got the O'Clockney River down here grows a lot of oysters, but there's not any coordination. You know, I think the county, even though we've never recognized it, we have this resource out here. I think we need to recognize it. The other thing I'd like to bring into play here is maybe we teach people they can recreational harvest oysters. 1 5-gallon bucket, but they can do it. You know, we're going to have to put regulation, but under the tourist board, they can help educate people, and it's another asset to Wakulla County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Larry Roberts.
Gentleman and lady, Larry Roberts of South Choppy. Governments do some strange things. Basically, this program pays participants with your and my money to harvest oysters from polluted waters and move them to waters that aren't polluted. Then they're cleaned up, and the oysters, when the oysters become edible, they're reharvested and sold to the public. I have 2 observations about this program. First, it's a Make Work program. It's basically it's welfare. And also, I've observed those who benefit from this program and those who support this program seem to complain the loudest about governments being involved in their business. I do not recommend that you support this program. I do recommend that you support halting pollution in our coastal waters, and this problem will go away. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any further board discussion? I'll just make a final comment that I hope that there are clean waters to put these oysters in after this is over.
I would also like to thank the Wakulla Fishermen's Association for applying for and receiving this grant. I think it's wonderful. And I know there's a need for people to be working right now in this economy. So I like the idea of putting our oyster men and women to work and increasing our oyster beds.
Jennifer, could you please come up? When this grant is awarded, is it awarded now, or?
It's my understanding that the grant has been awarded, and what this agenda item was doing was asking on behalf of Panacea Waterfront the board's support. So any specific grant questions, I'm sure Mr. Ronald could speak to that as he's the president of the association.
Well, the question as far as the location of oysters during this Gulf crisis that we're in now, are there any plans right now to seriously say go out and replant oysters now?
It's on hold right now, and after right now I think the tentative plan is anticipated in the fall to winter even. It's really going to be contingent upon the oil emergency.
Thank you. Okay, call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. We're into general business, is that correct?
Yes, sir. 3 items in general business. First, pardon me, Commissioners, item number 8 is request board ratification of an emergency purchase for the repair of County Road 375/Rose Street/Smith Creek Highway. Commissioners, background provides a little bit of analysis as to the failure that occurred on May the 10th at a section of the bridge. It's identification by public works staff, their notice of the public hazard that it caused, working with local contractor Mr. Withers, who was nearby to mobilize and perform the repairs, and to bring this forth to the board for your ratification.
Move to ratify the emergency purchase of $14,011.20 to Ben Withers, Inc. for the repair of County Road 375.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Brock, second by Commissioner Arts. Are there citizens to speak on this item? No citizens to speak. Is there any further board discussion? Okay. I spoke with Mr. Fleming about this issue. I don't know if anyone else has, and I'm thankful to the really speedy response of Ben Withers to this emergency situation. So call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. Next item.
Mr. Chairman, I'll handle this one. This is a request for the board approval of the initial assessment resolution for the Solid Waste Management and Disposal Assessment Program. This is your initial assessment resolution that's called for under the Master Assessment Ordinance that you passed earlier this spring. This item has been to you before in several formats. Most recently in May, you had a workshop where representatives from Jones, Edmonds & Associates, who came up with the proposed assessment rate, were here to explain the process. What this is the first procedural step to actually create the MSBU and set the rates to go to your public hearing, which is scheduled for later in August, and then would put you in the position to have an assessment program on the tax roll this fall in the event you decided to proceed. You received an amended version of this late last week, and the reason for that amendment, all this did was, it didn't substantively change anything. All it did was broaden the definition of residential property, because the definition in the previous version was tied to DOR codes. And in doing unrelated work on your fire assessment program, I got some data from the consultant the board hired to do that led me the need for me to expand that definition so that we weren't missing residential dwelling units, so that this would be equitably applied across the county. Now, what this resolution does is just briefly sets forth some findings of special benefit and fair apportionment. Those are for legal purposes. It sets the assessment methodology, which is a per dwelling unit. It's residential only per dwelling unit. Sets the preliminary rate per dwelling unit at $112 per year. It calls for the preparation of the assessment roll. It establishes the public hearing on August 16th. Calls for the statutorily required notice by publication in first-class mail, and establishes the effective date. At the public hearing on August 16th, you can, once your notices go out, you can decrease the amount from 112. You can impose no assessment. What you cannot do once those notices go out is go above 112 or include property that was not noticed properly. So basically, this sets your ceiling.
Move to adopt the initial assessment resolution for solid waste management and disposal services.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Brock to adopt the resolution. Second by Commissioner Stewart. Any citizens to speak on this? There are none. Board discussion.
Help me remember what we said about commercial again, where they're going to be in all this plays out.
Well, commercial is not going to be included in this assessment program, and the reason, you remember back to the workshop, Judge Edmonds explained that for residential, you have a fairly typical and pretty standard waste generation per year. That's very typical for residential units regardless of size. For commercial, that's not the case. You have wildly varying generation amounts, and so the data to include commercial is not present at the moment. They can be included in a future year, but as it stands right now, commercial properties will still pay at tipping fees when they go to your transfer station to dump waste. Residential properties, if this assessment program goes in, will no longer have to pay when they go to the landfill.
Okay. Any additional money than what they're paying with this fee?
That's correct. They won't have to pay tipping fees when they go to the transfer station.
Commissioner Ross?
Yeah, on Appendix B, I was a little concerned about that this is what's going to be mailed out, and it's somewhat difficult to understand, plus I don't think it explains some important things. That, for example, that people will no longer be charged at the landfill if they bring in residential garbage, that their haulers will be paying less, and that they should see lower charges for waste hauling. So I talked to Heather. She said that it should be possible to add some things like that into this and maybe simplify the language a little bit. So yeah, this is just a form. You know, there's a lot of statutory language that has to be in there. I know it's a legal form, probably because I wrote it, but there's a lot of statutory language that has to be in there. But it's just a form tonight. You know, you will get the final version we will sign off on the final version before it goes out, but we can certainly wordsmith it and add some additional language, you know, if space permits. I don't see any problem with that. Okay, thank you.
That's a good idea.
Okay. Any other discussion by the board? I have a couple of comments. As I move around this county, I see lots of people that truly will have a difficult time paying an assessment. And when they don't pay this assessment and tied to the MSBU, there will be a lien placed on their property. That's one. Second is, we just heard from our accountant that we're spending more than we're taking in. I think we need to cut, and if we can't spend, we can't spend. I'm not going to be voting for this. Yes, please.
We've all expressed our concerns over this upcoming event. that's coming up, and the reasons why we have to move forward with it or something similar to it. I expressed my frustration because, again, for very similar for hardly any more cost, we could have curbside trash pickup for all of Wakulla County, according to our consultants, but we're not moving forward with that. I just want to double check. This is just notifying people that we're going to have this hearing, and you're voting against having.
I'm setting this up because that's the next step. There's going to be an MSBU fee, so I am not voting for this.
Oh, it's not called an MSBU though. It's something else, right?
I mean, it's a special assessment, which is what is used to fund an MSBU.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Just double checking.
Yes, Commissioner Ross.
And like Commissioner Brock said, I have concerns about this as well, because it actually discourages recycling, I think, and that's of concern to me. But one of the reasons we were told that we needed this to guarantee the loan for our new transfer station, which we have pretty compelling evidence that we need to do something about. So I don't see that we have a whole lot of choice. But
and just one more time, I apologize. Please. I know Ben or Cleve or somebody, how much money does our transport station need to be brought up to code legally and to quit putting poison into our water? Methane gas and methane.
Leachate, etc. Cleve, you want to take that?
I think what I saw in the audit was we overspent $800,000 and we were short last year.
I didn't really.
How much money is it going to cost to fix our transfer station?
The initial engineering estimate for the transfer station is about $1.4 million, and there's some additional money to cap the old Class 3 landfill. Actually, you're out of compliance on that because you're supposed to cap it within the first 3 months of closure. So it's got to be capped, and again, we've talked about the transfer stations you have now. You got basically a compactor box. It does not protect the trash from getting rained on, which runs into the stormwater system, so we're out of compliance there. You got to be able to cover your transfer station and cover that landfill. So you're thinking about, really, it's $2.4 million with either $600,000, $400,000 grant.
Yeah, I think it's actually higher than that, just a little bit, but it's $700,000. But that, keep in mind, just Commissioner Arts, it's not just a loan, and yes, you're right, this is the security on that loan. It's also the tool to get the grant proceeds.
thank you for pointing that out.
But if we didn't move forward with this MSBU, we would have to find about $1.5 million out of our budget.
Well, if you don't move forward with it, I think what Cleve is highlighting is you have if you don't move forward with this, the grant loan goes away. So that tool is gone. And you're still left with the problem of having a landfill that's not capped, having a leachate-ridden transfer station facility you don't have the money to fix, having tipping fees that are too low, and a system basically that is not set up in the best manner to operate an enterprise, which is what this is.
And the county will receive a consent order from the state mandating you do something at once. I mean, their compliance inspector, how's it coming? They're getting a little impatient, but you are out of compliance when it comes to managing your solid waste. You've outgrown what you got. So, the state's going to start calling the shots if we don't move forward.
Well, thank you. I only point this out because I don't want anyone to think we're frivolously thinking about assessing people. This is something that we're pretty much being mandated we have to do.
You either got to move forward here or get out of the trash business.
Yeah.
Totally.
And still, even if we get out of the trash business, it still costs us about $500,000 to close our current landfill.
Yes.
Which we have to do because it is putting things in our water supply that we don't want in our water supply.
That's correct.
Yes, Commissioner Stewart.
Glenn, do we know what the deadline is for the grant portion of it? What's the deadline to get?
This is the end of the year. beginning of next fiscal year, Tim?
Is this working? I don't think there's a deadline
Okay.
to get the grant. It's just as long as we're moving in that place to secure it with the loan and based on where we can go to construction. So.
Right, just to build. These issues that Cleve is raising, these were identified 2-3 years ago. We knew they existed. We started the process then of getting the grant application submitted, doing the research, moving towards this decision point. Your state oversight agency has been walking right with you, saying basically, yep, no sense in throwing good money after bad when you're about to do a permanent long-term fix that you've got a grant and loan for. So I don't want you to think for a moment that we've not been paying attention to these post-closure needs and the leachate. We have. What we've been doing is organizationally walking towards, based on a number of board decisions made at a number of workshops and a number of agenda items over time, to get to you here and then through this non-ad valorem assessment, if that's what the board ultimately does.
Mr. Chairman, if I can continue in that vein, this is one of those rare occasions when you and I probably agree, but 12 years ago, I worked to get rid of this MSBU for garbage, and we did, and I'm back to, like I've been saying, we're talking about not just this MSBU we're going to force on people, call it whatever you want, mandate or not, but we're also going to have to look at, if we're going to keep paid firefighters, we're going to have to come up with that MSBU. So we're going to ask twice, reach out to the citizens to say, we want some more of your money. And I just can't do it. I mean, that's one of the items I'm going to talk about tonight when we talk about sewer hook-on. And it's just the time to do it. I'm sorry. Somehow we're going to have to eat it now. What I did say when I ran for this last election is that I wouldn't ask for any new fees or taxes without voter approval. I suggest we put it on the ballot and let the public vote for it. I'm fine with that. And if the public wants to assess themselves for trash, and I understand all the pros and cons, and Cleve's going to hate me for what I'm saying, and I know that the administration's wanting us to vote for this, and we need it, but we're in dire straits. The public can't afford these things anymore. All I'm saying is, let's ask the public what they want. If they go to the polls and say, assess me $112 a year, then by God, we'll assess them $112 a year, and we'll make our landfill better. Otherwise, the other thing that we can do, let me finish, Mr. Brock.
I'm just sorry.
The other thing that we can do is go up on the tipping fees. It's $2 now when you go there with a load of trash. Make it $5, make it $10, whatever it needs to be, and let's try to get by that way. Get more efficient in the way we collect money over there. Maybe there's lots of ideas short of this. I'm not going to vote for it either, so, and that's my reason. And I say let's put it on the ballot and let them vote for it. We got an election coming up very shortly, so we could put it on the ballot and have the citizens tell us if they want to assess themselves.
Commissioner Brock, was there someone else I can defer to Commissioner Green. I was just going to, again, and I know we don't have time now, but when we brought this up earlier, I suggested perhaps the ballot, and I'd also like us to look at whatever we're doing, talking about curbside pickup, which we're not going to talk about again tonight. I'm just saying it wasn't much more expensive, and everyone got their trash picked up at their house. My only issue becomes, as we move forward with this, is we have to do these things that Cleve's telling us about, and it's less than $10 a month, which is money that a lot of us, we all are having money issues, so I don't think there's anybody right now who isn't. So raising the tipping fee to $10 a month for somebody to take the trash there is the same as doing it this way. So the only reason I point that out.
No, that's not true. Let me interrupt right there, because you got to understand, I want the folks out to understand this. And a lot of people are paying for their trash to be picked up. That's not going to go down. If it does, I'll be very surprised.
I'd be surprised.
Okay? And, they're paying. I don't have that luxury. I said I like to go to the landfill. I drive over to the landfill because it's close. I go and I pay my money every week religiously. And So that's not totally true what you're saying, and accurate, maybe not, well, it's not accurate.
I do think, versus where we're talking about this, which I don't think will lower trash collection costs, I do think if we raise the tipping fee to a significant amount, like $10 or $5 or any significant increase, you will see an increase for people who are paying to have the trash picked up. But that's not the conversation we're having right now. My only worry becomes, and I know it's a worry we all share on this board, and we're going to have a workshop Thursday night about our budget, and I encourage every person to come out and talk to us about our budget and what you think we should be doing with it, because with property value decrease the way that it has in Wakulla County, we're looking at a huge cut in our budget, likely cut in services and staff, and if we have to find another $2 million to help offset the cost of our trash pickup, we may not have any staff. I mean, it's practically a 50% cut when you put that together with the cuts we're looking at for our budget of what we have control over. And that's just, I already am worried. And I welcome input from every citizen to please come and help provide your insight.
Mr. Kessler, make a comment, please?
Yes, please.
At the next board meeting, I'm on part of a committee that's been looking at litter over the county, and we've got some numbers, and I didn't bring them with me tonight. If you go up on the tipping fees, we get tons of trash that's having to be picked up by the sheriff's department inmates monthly. I mean, we're talking, 15, 20 tons of illegal dumping. So the higher you take these tipping fees, it's going to encourage the people not coming. I know this is a tough decision, but you cannot bury anything in Wakulla County no more. Everything has to be transported out, including the recyclables. And it's the transportation cost. Our traffic, the trash is going 100 miles one way. Is what you're having to pay for to dispose of it. If you had it, the county had it great for years when they were filling up their own landfill, but it's closed. So everything in this county has to be transported out.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just a couple of thoughts. Just picking up on what Cleve said, if you do that, not only are you encouraging basically more dumping roadside or basically not at the landfill, you are shifting the cost of operating your solid waste services to those who still do come. So those who throw it, if they don't get caught, they get a free ride. Those who come have to pay a higher tipping fee. That's one. The other issue is there's been a lot of focus, and I've certainly been there with this board and the prior board, about grants, grants, grants. We got to go for grants. Grants are great. Well, guess what? We got a grant. This is probably the best grant we got. Now, they've told us repeatedly, your tipping fees don't cut it. And that's not going to be something we accept as a pledged revenue source to support the loan portion of this. And this was stimulus, this was grant, this is good stuff, press releases, etc. I'm just, we've got other applications and people pay attention to these things. I mean, I think you're putting future grant applications in jeopardy. If you walk away from something that's been awarded halfway to the finish line, and I just, that's okay. I understand. I don't disagree with the comments or the concerns that are raised, but just please be cognizant of the impact down the line this may have.
Commissioner Green.
Don't we have problems with the existing landfill that are going to have to be addressed also?
Yes, and the biggest concern, once we cap the landfill, the issue that we're having about the contaminations, although it's very small amounts, making it into the stormwater system, which is getting into our monitoring wells, will solve itself. But because right now we're still, water's passing through the old Class 3 landfill. Back when we started the Class 3 landfill, they did not have to be lined. And your Class 1 is your household waste. You've got 4 cells. They're all lined, and we've got no problems with any leaching or any leaking of the liners. But the Class 3 that you haven't capped yet, water is going through there, working its way down into the stormwater system, which eventually gets into the monitoring well, which is the indicator of what's getting into the groundwater. So you're going to have, that solves a lot of your problems when you take care of that. And, you know, while I say that it solves a lot of your problem, we're going to have to work on an agenda item for the old Medark landfill. Used to, once you've had the closure for 20 years, you're supposed to be done with it. We're having issues at the old Medark landfill that we just got notified of, and we're going to have to start a study and monitoring there that may, I'm not sure where that's going to go, but that's an ongoing issue that we, I think me and you might have got a copy of the letter just recently, but we'll have to come back and talk to the board about that. And you're pushing probably 25, 30 years, you know, you're supposed to be out of, the landfill's supposed to be closed and out. And the state's still making you monitoring it and spend monies on it, even though you're not earning any revenue or anything else from it. But that's coming back very soon to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, she had her hand up.
Commissioner Ross?
Yeah, I just have a question. If the imposition of this $112 creates a financial hardship for someone, is there any mechanism for us to do something short of the lien? I'm just asking. Is there funding that could come through the housing department, or is there some kind of hardship?
You could, I mean, many Florida counties have a non-ad valorem assessment for solid waste. It's very, very common. A lot of them also have a hardship assistance program, where if somebody meets, you know, certain objective, low-income criteria, the county would basically pay the assessment on their behalf because of the hardship argument. And that's something that you can establish by local resolution. You could establish it if you decide to go forward. You could establish it in your final assessment resolution when you adopt that. So that is definitely an option in order to help people out during these tough times.
That would come out of general revenue?
It can't come out of the assessment. It can come out of any legally available funds.
More than likely in the current, yes, to answer your question. That's where you get it from.
I haven't heard all this. I'm going to vote for this tonight just because it's going to keep the ball rolling, but I'm going to ask the public I mean, this is not a vote to do it tonight. I want to make sure the public understands that, and the folks listening. This is only to keep it moving to the next step, but I want the public to tell me and the other commissioners how they feel about it.
And they definitely will, because as a part of this process, every person who is going to be assessed is going to get an individual first-class mailed notice telling them the amount they're going to pay and inviting them to come to the public hearing.
With that said, I'm telling you where I stand right now, and unless I get convinced by the public out there that this is a welcome idea, then I'm going to vote against it in the end. I'm telling you now. You guys might well quit trying to change my mind. I'm where I'm at, but I'm going to vote for it tonight so that we can get to that phase.
And one more last closing comment. All I ask, because again, Commissioner Arts and I, for different reasons, didn't like this. We were against this for our own reasons of what we thought could help, how it could be better, that we just don't have time to do or ways to do right now. If we can't move forward with this, if we choose at the public hearing, I just would appreciate alternative ideas for funding or other things. I don't think it does us any good to say no, and we still have a mandate out there that we have to obligate ourselves to, because that just puts us in a worse and worse situation, and just frustrates those of us who have to vote for it to make it move forward if there's no alternative.
And just so you know, USDA, who is the lender for the potential loan here, the $1.5 million loan, we did contact them, and they have indicated that if there is not an assessment program put in, that the county is going to have to come up with an alternative pledge. You're going to have to find some revenue stream that is available to pledge, because they will not accept tipping fees.
Thank you. I'll make one last comment. This, things that we have to do, and I understand that there's a bad situation in our landfill. The things we have to do also is balance our budget. And we can't spend more than we're taking in. And we just heard that our reserves went down in this budget report of $1.3 million. That to me is saying we're spending a whole bunch more than we're taking in. So, that's critical. So the things we have to do, we have to be fiscally responsible. I don't think this is going in the right direction. Call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. It passes 4-1. Let's break now for citizens to be heard. Do we have any citizens to be heard? Folks.
Good evening, Commissioners. Steve Foltz, 35 Bontecoop Circle. Connecting the dots. No bid contract round number 1, January 10, 2007. The administrator convinces the Board of County Commissioners to give a no bid contract to Inspired Technologies for IT services. This occurs on the administrator's 7th day on the job. No bid contract round 2, October 20th, 2008. The administrator again convinces the BoCC to give another no-bid contract to Inspired Technologies. Contract term is for 1 year with a guarantee of open, fair, and competitive process next time.
So those before you today, frankly, we need time to be able to appropriately quantify what the specific IT needs of this county are, to put forward on the street through a competitive process, an open process, a comprehensive IT RFP that we can get information, obviously get responses back.
No bid contract round 3, November 3, 2009. Believe it or not, the administrator convinces the BoCC to give yet another no bid contract to Inspired Technologies. Contract term is now 2 years with 50% cost increase.
What we asked for today was a 2-year extension. It was our intention, and I want to be really clear on this, it was our intention, actually had a 2 years time and about 18 months time, to take these services and test the market. With the expectation, of course, that Inspired Tech would be a vendor as well, but we do acknowledge that there is a need to do that. What your staff will commit to is 2 things. One, this is really not the right time to do it. They have been assisting us, and we're about happy that we were able to put it out on the street, so we really would strongly recommend this extension.
Inspired Technologies' previous address, 116 Stratton Wood Place. Listed May 2010 as a property for sale, 116 Stratton Wood Place. The homeowner is Benjamin H. Pingree. Can you connect the dots? I can. Ordinance 0816, this is your purchasing policy. Ensure highest ethical standards required to maintain the confidence of the public, the county, and the business community in the expenditure of county funds. The BoCC is ultimately responsible for ensuring ethical conduct. Again, we have a common address. I think there are some questions that need to be answered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Larry Roberts? Yes. Dana Peck?
Dana Peck, 2481 Surf Road. I came here tonight about spending, and it seems appropriate. If my memory serves me correctly, it was former commissions that kept approving developments without making developers pay the way, and so now, and I think there were warnings and cries from people that the cost of infrastructure, landfills, fire department would be on the backs of the taxpayers, and that seems to be coming true. I'm here because I was in bed getting over some kind of illness, watching the county commission meeting. I must have been ill, and I saw that all kinds of spending questions on the part of this county, and that the county budget for personnel had been exceeded by hundreds of thousands of dollars during a hiring freeze. And I thought, do I have a fever? Am I delusional? Can this be true? As I understand it, a veteran employee in housing has given up, washed his hands of working for this county for the treatment he received, and he's been replaced by not one person, but two in a hiring freeze period, if this is true, if my facts are true. And now tonight we see that not once, not twice, but 3 times this commission sits here and says yes to a no-bid contract for computer service for this county based on the recommendation of an administrator for no apparent compelling reason. And I'm wondering where the priority here is for the people of Wakulla County. If this personnel hiring has gone over budget by hundreds of thousands of dollars, that's hundreds of families that work to write the checks to pay the bills that you all so freely are spending. I wonder, in your spending department, is there a big casket of rum, and every morning somebody comes in and takes a big slug and then trots off to go spending? This is no time, I think, for Martha Stewart's smiles among you. This is no time for Sunday morning politeness. This is no time for greased excuses or statements of concern. I think this is a time for accountability and investigation on the part of this county to get down to the facts of where is this money going and how is it going there. And I would urge you to call for some kind of real, bona fide, quick investigation of the spending to ensure and restore and keep the faith for the people of Wakulla County.
Thank you. Ronald Fred Crum.
PowerPoint presentation here. I think it's got it right there and this right here. I give you a few, Mr. Bach, some documents there that we're asking the FWC, in light of the BP accident, to lift the mash size on these nets. And here's what we're asking. If you read the letter carefully, and I think second page, first paragraph, L. Jane Davis said 2-inch mash nets are not viable. Means you can't make a living with them. That's all they got to fish with. And we're talking about 200 jobs in Wakulla County, 15,000 statewide, and the mandating of 500 million fish being killed unnecessarily. The problem we've got is this simple. I'd like for the public to see this. The holes that they require these fishermen to use in the nets kills 5-inch fish. The law is 11-inch fish. 11 inches, not 5 inches. All of the age groups between 11 and 5 die unnecessarily. If we just increase the mash size, they pass through alive and unharmed. And you read the letter, we do agree that no one has the authority to question the wisdom of the FWC. We've been in the Supreme Court several times. If you read that sign over there, in 1997, L. Jane Davis's case, 37025 was the law at that time. 37025 was the mandate of the standards and the policies of managing the resources. And one of the things was, you have to consider affected groups. And so we went to the Department of Agriculture. Who are the affected groups? I think it was 75% of it by the Department of Agriculture, even by African Americans. So we said, we want to see all your studies to the effects on African Americans. What they say? Irrelevant. Everything we asked was irrelevant. For 15 years, hey, it won't really hurt me if we don't get this rule changed, but it's wrong. It's killing 500 million fish. In the court, Chief Judge Browning said to the Assistant Attorney General Glowhouse, said, "Counselor, do you agree with the fishermen?" He said, "Yes, they're right. They're right. The Florida Marine Institute says the fishermen are right. Change the mash size." 4 commissioners, the chairman and 3 other commissioners, say, but we're not. What we're asking in that letter there is show us one example that supports the position of the state. And that's all we're asking is a resolution by this county. I've been to Franklin County. We've sent it to other counties. And Senator Lawson and Representative Bembry will be there at Lake Mary with us. And we're asking them, 15,000 jobs, 500 million fish dying a year for no reason at all. If you increase the mash size, the unnecessary killing and waste will be reduced to less than 2%. Less than 2%. 15,000 jobs, no cost to the state. Louisiana is very concerned about their commercial seafood. So, that's just a request there if you see your way. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Brock.
Jenny Brock, 311 Old Magnolia Road. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I worry that there will be no resources to worry about later. I, along with 100 other people from the Gulf states, including one other person from Wakulla County, attended a fly-in in Washington, D.C. last week, Wednesday and Thursday. We spoke to Senators Nelson and Lemieux. They're very, very upset about what's going on with the Gulf disaster. It's not a spill, it's a gusher. And with Senator Nelson's research, we found out that there were 2,000 skimmer ships available in this nation. He was told that there were 32 skimmer ships out there picking up oil, and 20. I think it might have been 13. But somebody else said it was 107. There are 2,000 available, and we don't even know how many are out there, if any, picking up oil. I think there's maybe the 13. Anyway, we also were able to visit with senators from Colorado, Vermont, and Arkansas, and we all agree that somebody needs to know what's going on. What can we do to have less of that oil coming ashore? And nobody seems to really know where the resources are, how we get to them, or what to do. So I'm going to say to you as a government, as a county, as a people, if there's something that we can do to protect just one estuary, like Walker Creek, I don't know about the booms. I don't think this country has the 8-foot booms that some of the other countries do that might keep the oil from washing over. But that would be a really easy stretch to protect that one creek, and if there are others that we could consider. If there's just anything that our emergency people can, management people can do, we need to help them do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee Calhoun.
Commissioners, my name is Renee Calhoun. I live at 211 Bettywood Circle. I'm concerned that nearly a month after sending requests for email communications between the county administrator and his staff, I have still not received even one email in regards to anything I asked for. And so I can only go by what I've been told. I was told by Ms. Deckel that the Administrator Pingree verbally tells his assistants what to do and how he wants things done. I find it very troublesome that in this day and age that the administrator and his staff rely so much on verbal communications and conversations that are not documented and on their memories, even though Wakulla County taxpayers have spent large amounts of money on BlackBerries, fancy cell phones, computers, and technical support. Ms. Deckel also informed me that text messages sent by the administrator to and from his staff cannot be, quote, captured. After researching this, I found out several disturbing facts. First, Florida state agencies and local governments have had to disable all text messaging on state and county issued devices because administrators and staff have used the device to skirt public record laws. Second, text messages can be captured. All the administrator had to do was tell Inspired Technologies to turn on the capability. Third, the administrator could have purchased software to monitor the use of text messages so that the requests such as mine were completed. Fourth, forensic technology experts can recover messages by examining the residual memory of an individual device or through special software that captures the messages. For your information, the Florida Sunshine Law defines a public record as any form of communication regardless of physical form, characteristics, or means of transmission. This issue must be addressed immediately. Wakulla County residents have a right to know what is in those text messages. Commissioners, you have one of two choices. You can either disable all the messaging going on within the Wakulla County devices so that the administrator and his staff are not able to skirt public record laws, or you can capture the messages. It's time that the administration of Wakulla County and all conversations and actions by county staff is documented. I'm also concerned about the fact it takes 3 county employees to watch one citizen view records. I spent less than half an hour viewing records, and it took 1.5 hours of employee time to watch me. This is a waste of taxpayer money, and I know I felt very intimidated by it, and I'm sure anyone else in that position would too. Commissioners, it's past time for this administration to be held accountable, and it's time for you to take charge of Wakulla County.
Thank you. Chief Bill Russell.
Commissioners, last meeting I was up here and I told you that Wakulla Firefighters Association was against moving the paid salaries out of ad valorem into MSBU, and we haven't changed our feelings on that. And then I heard that this might save $500,000, and we feel like everybody should pay part of it. And I went over and Michelle Lola told me she totaled it up for me. St. Joe Paper Company, their total tax bill is $34,822. If you save them $500,000, you'd save them over $2,300, and they wouldn't be paying a penny towards fire protection. You know, as it is now, they're paying a little bit on those firefighter salaries, and we're still against it, and I guess I'll see you Thursday night.
Thank you. That concludes citizens to speak. Thank you. Mr. Pingree, do you have any comments on any of the comments that were made by citizens?
I have tons of comments, but none for this forum.
Okay, and I don't know how the board feels, but I certainly feel that some of these issues that were brought up have to be addressed. Mr. Fultz had previously done a PowerPoint and alleged $800,000 increase, and I know I would like, because he said he used your figures, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I would like a written response to that PowerPoint of Mr. Fultz.
You want to bring this up under discussion items, Mr. Chairman? I believe this portion is for
we're not going to take action right now. I'm just saying what I would like you to do. Because there are three issues here that I've marked down that deeply trouble me. That's one. The other is I would like your explanation on any association with Inspired Technologies that you have. And three, the issue of public records. You know, one of the things that I thought all of us pride ourselves on was open government and accountability. And I think all of those three need to be addressed, and I will bring it up under discussion items.
At that time,
Let's take a break right now. Let's take a break right now. We're going to come back in quarter after the hour. Did you?
One more girl in the back.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we're going to resume the meeting with the last general business item.
Wait, do we have one more citizen who didn't get to be heard?
Excuse me, would you like to go now, or?
Whichever.
Okay, why don't you do that? We had one citizen that there was some confusion on her ability to speak under citizens to be heard.
Dee Shriver, 120 Beatty Taft Drive, and this is the first time I've ever spoken, so I put in the agenda and the number and everything and found that I didn't need to do that. So anyhow, what I was referring to and would like consideration tonight is for the deed restrictions in Wakulla Gardens. I've been a realtor in the county for over 20 years. These restrictions have bothered me for 20 years, and I've talked to different ones and couldn't get anyone to, they just kind of laughed at me like usual. But I brought it to Howard's attention, and tonight they're going to bring it before the board, I understand. But they should be corrected or demolished altogether, whatever it's going to take. They were done in 1964, and number 8 is what I was referring to that has been a bother to me all these years, that all lots are restricted to white people only and for residential purposes. And I think that needs to be corrected very definitely.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
We're going to... Right, but we're coming back to that issue. Right. She actually had wanted to speak under citizens to be heard. We'll go on to now the general business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item is the request the board approval of a resolution approving and certifying the survey of a portion of Mount Beezer Road showing right-of-way dedicated to Wakulla County. This was brought up at your last meeting. It was tabled to this meeting. That's why it's before you in the same format. At the last meeting, you tabled it to today and encouraged us to meet with the property owner to try to come to a mutually agreeable solution. After the last meeting, we attempted to. We ended up going there at different times, but the county we all went out there en masse and analyzed the road. Public Works was there, Public Safety was there, Commissioner Arts and myself, and a whole bunch of yellow flies. Sorry, a little bit of humor. And they determined that the current width is about, I believe it was about 10 feet, and that we need 9, but it sort of meanders. It's between 8 and 9, and that we would want at least an additional 3 feet. And so Commissioner Arts went back to the property owner and offered that if we cut out 1.5 feet on the county side of the right-of-way, if he would move his fence over 1.5 feet. And on Friday afternoon, I received a letter from his attorney indicating that they believe that would be a mutually agreeable solution. I believe the cost that I received from ESG for doing that to the county would be about $10,000 to cut into the bank there, take down some trees, stabilize the slope, and that once that's done, it would still be a one-lane road, but it would be wide enough to get a road grader down and to get a public safety vehicle down. And so that is what our recommendation at this point is. If you are looking for a mutually agreeable solution, we think that's workable.
So this will be coming back to us again for...
No, I mean, you can authorize us to go with that now, and we could bring, just have a settlement agreement, or I'm not even sure we'd need a settlement agreement. We'd probably bring a road easement back, because the conditions would be that he would specifically grant that 1.5 foot in a right-of-way easement to the county. So that would come back for you for acceptance.
Okay, one point that I wasn't able to follow up on was my concern about the road grader being able to come through. Has that been established?
Yeah, I spoke with Brent Pell, and he indicated that the grader would be able to get through.
Okay, well, that was my only concern. Any comments from the board?
Do we need to make a motion?
I move that we direct the county attorney to finalize this proposed agreement.
Second.
Okay. As described in the discussion. Motion by Commissioner Ott, second by Commissioner Stewart. Any citizens to speak on this item? None. Any further board discussion?
I have some board discussion. As far as, so we're going to carve a 1.5 foot out of the side of the road on our half. And I guess the question would be, how much more complicated is it for us to carve 3 feet out of our half of the road that we already own? I mean, if we're going to be spending the money and carving...
It gets into some larger trees, at least one really large tree.
Which is probably going to have to come down in the near future.
There's larger trees there, and the slope goes up, but I'll let the experts speak. Yeah.
There's like 18 trees for that 1.5 foot. I mean, the last time we had this discussion, last board meeting, it was portrayed to this board there's no trees, but that 120 foot strip has got 18 trees, and that's the way it is all the way along that area. So, I mean, if you want to get the 3 foot on our side, I mean, we could work with that. Your hard dollar cost in this whole thing is we will have to have a tree service to take down the trees. There's not enough room for us to push them over or handle them with our heavy equipment, and also it got a power line involved, so it's going to have to be taken down below the power lines. Then the road and bridge will take over. So the tree service is a hard cost. Then sod to stabilize the slope where we move it over either 1.5 foot or 3 foot. And the rest of the work will be done in-house by road and bridge.
So if we moved it a full 3 feet over and not taking it into his yard, it would cost similar amount of money?
Yeah, and then there may be another tree there. I didn't look at it from the 3 foot. We looked at it from the 1.5 foot each way was what we agreed to. So that's what we've looked at.
Okay. Have you been out there?
I have been out there twice now. Okay. I went out there once with Cleve, and we looked at the road, and I've gone back out there with several residents of the road, and have gone through the road. Spent a couple hours with Commissioner Leon Reynolds, who lives in that same area, and we looked at the road for a while. The big question, and I sent a request to staff, and I will probably bring it up during discussion items unless it's appropriate to bring now, is just trying to figure out what the cost would be in total in the end to actually widen the road altogether, just get an official formal estimate. It's something that I would like to see us do, because that is a very, very narrow road, not very safe road, as far because it's so narrow. During a storm, you might be able to get, once we've taken this 1.5 foot on each side, we'll be able to get a fire truck down the road or an ambulance down the road, but let's pray for anybody trying to go. You can't. There's no wiggle room at all. It's very narrow, but we have 50 feet of right of way. And I'm just trying to figure out, because there's a lot of different opinions on it. What I was going to ask for, I'll bring back up during discussion, trying to get a formal estimate of the cost of just a formal estimate of what it would cost with engineering to get the road fixed. There's a couple pieces of property that are right at what I take is probably the mountain of Mount Beezer, right there. Commissioner Nettles being one, the gentleman who's involved in this being the other, and have a pretty high slope. And those are the ones asking to have the road widened. So, I don't know. If it's possible to take the 3 feet on one side right now, I'd like to start with that. in my opinion, from the road we already own, that we're going to be cutting already. And I'd like us to actually get a formal quote.
Can I just say something right now? From what I thought I heard from the county attorney is that there was an agreement between the two parties to this. And that the two parties have agreed to it. Why would we want to now go back and...
I imagine, and I could be wrong, that if we told the man he did not have to give up 1.5 feet of his very tiny front yard, he would not object to us. So I think he sued us over it. But if you don't want to, that's okay. And I'm just telling you where I'm coming from on it. I mean, trying to figure out the best way to do right by the people who own the property out there. And we do have a large chunk of right-of-way out there that will be expensive to fix and to make it into a road. I understand that, but it's just trying to get a formal quote.
But just one more item. I thought we had some estimates of if we wanted to widen this road, as you were saying, that just the permitting was significant. We just heard that we're going in a negative direction as far as our county spending, and I heard the numbers were pretty significant. Now, what
1.4 million was what?
That was to do the whole road.
Correct.
That's the whole road.
The whole road.
That's not
the patch of land right in front of the person's house, who would cost nothing more to take the extra land over that we're going to already be working on.
May I say something?
Yes, please.
Okay. When we talked about this at the last meeting, Mr. Site's attorney tried to make a distinction between just the right here in front of this property versus the whole widening, which is what former Commissioner Nettles spoke about. And the direction that the board had was to go and negotiate just with Mr. Sites, and that was done with a lot of staff time, and an agreement was reached. We've kept it out of court, and I think everyone seems comfortable with accepting this. And it was Mike even mentioned splitting it last time 50-50. So, and if we stay focused on that, then I don't think this whole other issue
I'm
we're
putting
going
two issues together, you're right.
Right, of whether we're going to talk about widening Mount Beezer Road for its entire length and getting a study of how much that's going to cost, and I just think that's a whole separate
I did put two issues
that
together, you're
should
correct.
be
I apologize.
dealt with at another time. No need to apologize, but I think let's just stay focused on this one.
I would like to see us still, and as it is right now, I'm going to vote against this tonight because I would like to see us, if we can, if it doesn't cost any more money or a very insignificant amount more money, I would like to see us take the 3 feet that is needed from the other side of the road, the side of the road that we already own.
But okay.
That's just me.
Yeah, I understand. Cleve, I think maybe it wasn't, you said you didn't estimate what the cost would be for taking 3 feet. Correct?
You're talking about a small amount, and but there are trees out there, and we're trying to dodge some trees to keep from having to take down. Once you take the trees down, you've got to take the stumps out, and that's where we're always have been concerned about this area. If you start taking what nature has stabilized that area with, that when it starts to flooding, you're going to end up with severe erosion in that area, and it may not stop.
But is it correct to say that if we took more than 1.5 feet, if we increase the amount from 1.5 feet to 3 feet, there would be no additional cost?
I don't know. I think the cost would stay the same, and
you think the cost would stay? I would think if you're taking down more trees, you would increase the cost.
We're talking about trees in 1.5 feet here. I don't know. I'm not sure, Commissioner.
Okay.
I mean, we talked about 1.5 feet.
Right.
And that's what we agreed to, and that's what the sites could live with, and that's what we could live with. And but there are lots of trees, and we are barely getting by some of them.
Okay. Yeah, I'm the same way. Okay, are there any citizens to speak on this? None. I think we're okay. Call for any further board discussion? Call for the motion. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, which is to go forward with the agreement. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. It passes 4-1. I think we are now into Commissioner agenda items, and I think Commissioner Stewart.
Thank you, sir. The park subdivision, I had warned you guys at the last, or give you a heads up at the last meeting that we were going to talk about this. I don't know how many of you maybe got to visit, but there's some folks here who live in the park subdivision. I hope they filled out a card. And I went out, took our attorney, took our building department official, and our, where is she, Melissa, went from planning, and we went on a field trip and looked at the folks' yard, and inside one of the folks that's going to speak tonight's house, and then we regrouped when we got back after visiting with them and talked about, you know, what the county's responsibility is, and unfortunately I'm not sure there's a lot the county can do, and I want to just hopefully discuss that some tonight, but from here forward is what I'm concerned about with subdivisions. And one of the main things that concerns me is the fact that when we approve a preliminary plat and then the final plat comes in and then there's a homeowner association deeds and restrictions, we have no control after that. It's like they sell us a bill of goods here that sounds good to us. I don't think our process goes far enough to be restrictive enough with those covenants and restrictions. In other words, like's happened in the case of the park is with the downturn in the economy, they have the voting, when I say they, the developer and the builder has the votes to do whatever they want in the subdivision. So they change it. We're not notified. We're out of that loop now. And so they make it less restrictive, and the folks who bought there, who bought maybe $200,000 houses, thinking that all the houses that would be in there would be like size with the same facade and same restrictions on fences and outbuildings and what have you, now has become $100,000 to $150,000 houses and any kind of fence you want and any kind of outbuilding. And somehow that just don't sit well with me as a commissioner that approved something thinking that that's what was going to go forward in that subdivision. So I asked the attorney, and I want her just to tell us how we somehow beef that up when they come for those final plats, if you will, so that process, that doesn't help these folks here, but at least they brought it to light that we've got an issue. That's one thing I want to talk about, and Heather, I'll let you weigh in just a second. The other is the sinkhole disclosure. I think it's a private issue that they're going to have to fight with their own attorneys, but what bothers me is that, we have these, and I don't want to say unscrupulous builders or developers, but people who, obviously, in the case of one of these ladies that we visited her house, it was very clear that she had not been told that there was sinkholes in the area. And they were there when we approved it. I mean, we were told, it's in the study, and we knew there were sinkholes, but many of the homeowners were not told there were sinkholes. So I think that's a disclosure issue that I think they got good ground to. I'm not an attorney by no means, but they may have an issue that they can speak to with that. So with that said, that's where we are, and I want Heather to comment on that other when we get to that point, if you would allow it, Mr. Chairman. But if we can hear from the citizens about their complaints, and I think they have some pictures that they can show us as well.
And I'm sorry about this, and we'll continue with it because I didn't do anything. Actually, if there's no real action that we're taking, it really should be under this discussion, but we'll allow this to go forward. But now the discussion doesn't have a limit on it, so we're able to do that.
Okay.
So, yeah, we'll certainly hear from the citizens. We'll hear from our county attorney. Let's hear from the county attorney first.
Sure. On the issue of homeowners association covenants and restrictions are largely private deed and contractual rights between property owners. However, most of your subdivisions are going to be planned unit developments, which are going to require and give the county the opportunity to provide additional details in the PUD approval. Back in 2005, when this development came forward, I think there was less details being put into those approvals than there are today. I believe, Mel, if you want to stand up, I believe you're already putting more details in these planned unit development approvals now, and that's something that we can certainly watch for and improve on in the future.
That's correct. That PUD process has certainly been improved over the last couple of years.
So could you just explain briefly to the board how the board could interface and in a subdivision like this or in a subdivision where they're all throughout our county, if they went through the PUD process, then how would the board interface with the process?
Well, you actually can put additional restrictions and requirements in the approval itself for a PUD, and I can't imagine that there would be a subdivision with this sort of cluster density that wouldn't be a PUD in the county. I can't imagine anywhere where you would be able to support that without. I think any subdivision, I'm thinking off the top of my head, but I think any subdivision that's going to be set up like this where you have density clustered in a specific area, you're going to have a PUD, so you're always going to have the opportunity to impose additional requirements in your approval. That's basically the substance of a PUD, is a sort of a private developer agreement between the county and the developer so that they're allowed to cluster.
But my problem, Howard, is that how do we prevent them from doing what they've done to these folks, walk out the door and then change the rules? I mean, we can be restrictive all day, but and this was restrictive, but they went out and changed the rules.
If you have some of those rules, some of the more important rules that are important to this board embodied in the development documents between the county and the developer, then they can change their covenants and restrictions all day long, but they're still going to be binding because the county has not agreed to change them in your development approval. See what I'm saying?
So are you saying that the county would specifically say in this PUD document that there will be a covered porch of X number of square feet, that there will be a side entrance garage, that the facing on the house will be brick? I mean, that's what really is going on. And you know, then we deal with property rights and
I don't know that you'd want to go to the level of detail of having architectural restrictions in there, but there's certainly room to put more in your PUD approvals.
Okay. How about disclosure? I mean, is that anything that we have anything to do with? Is when we approve those things, that's completely private?
I mean, that's a private real estate cause of action, and I mean, the county certainly has offered to provide, you know, any documentation that we have and to make anything available to any homeowners out there.
Now, before we get to citizens, I was told, a lot of you correct me if I'm wrong, that we have a verbal agreement from the builder, just so you guys know that this is verbal, that they will do 8 soil borings before this required on all new dwellings that go in out there. So just if that gives you any comfort, that's something.
What date was that set for?
Rod, can you?
I don't recall the exact date of that agreement. That was in the meeting. Dave Gerald, our interim building official, with Bracken Chase.
So we had nothing in writing from them. It'd be nice if we could get something
in writing. That was a meeting with the interim building official and Bracken Chase, and I believe Mr. Pingree was present.
I was there. I would say it would have been a month to 6 weeks ago that meeting occurred.
I'm told there's been no new permits drawn since that verbal agreement. I'd like to see us get something in writing if we can that would cause that to be?
Well, the way it was presented, I'm sure Rod would probably say the same thing. The building official has authority to exert in this scenario. So what Mr. Jarrell in this case, who was the interim building official, said, the developer was, look, you want me to sign off on it? The 4 borings that you've been doing aren't good enough. I'll take 8. And there wasn't much negotiation back and forth. It was, you want me to sign off on a new site plan? I need to get confidence. I'll get confidence at 8 and be happy I'm not asking for 14. And the developer said, okay, concerned about cost, but fair enough. We'll do double what we've been doing.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ron.
Yeah, do you want to hear from the citizens?
I do, yes, sir.
Yeah, sure. Jennifer Marine.
And this is the lady whose house she kindly opened to us to see the damage.
I appreciate you guys giving us the opportunity to come and speak.
Didn't see.
Just to show you guys, this is a sinkhole that's developed in my backyard, 10 foot off the corner of my additional 2-car garage. This is one of 2 large sinkholes as of right now in the neighborhood. There was another one that was filled by the builder in one of the common areas within the neighborhood. As of right now, we have 5 houses that have filed insurance claims with their insurance companies. We have damage going on within our homes. We have had people walking through their yards and have fallen. Luckily, nobody has been hurt. Our biggest concern is safety as well as the value of our homes, because we have to disclose this. If we go to sell our homes, this has to be disclosed. This was not disclosed to us. We bought these homes with the intentions of, doing things with our property. Some of us plan on staying there for a lifetime. Some people only plan on being there a few years. Either way, we're affected, and some of us don't feel safe. We have to worry about what's going to happen. If you look at some of these other pictures here, you'll see over time if you want to just kind of keep going through them. This is one hole which is in my yard right now. As you can see, it's just right off the corner of the garage. I have cracking going on in the garage. The back end of my garage is sinking. I've had testing done. They're actually coming out to drill tomorrow. For them to even do the drilling, they had to fill the hole before they could even drill, because they were afraid once they started drilling that the ground would continue to collapse. My air conditioning unit, this is how it looked when I first moved in. The air conditioning unit is now tilting. It's not sitting level. On the other side of the wall is my master bathroom. My tub is cracking. The builder told me that that's cosmetic. That's not their responsibility. The tile is all cracking down the tub. I've been in this house since August of last year, so I haven't even been there a year. This all started 4 or 5 months after I moved in. I do have a video. When it rains, it sounds like a waterfall is rushing, and I'd like to show that if I can. Can you close that? she's not able to play it. Just so you know, certain areas of the property out there will hold water. This hole does not hold water. There is a hole within the hole. There's a cavity, like a little cavern underneath there. You can't tell how deep it is, how big it is, but that water is going somewhere. This is happening in our neighborhood, and it's happening in more than one property here. They're popping up all over the place, and we've been told that they're going to continue to pop up over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn Broga.
Thank you, Chairman Kessler, for first of all just coming out when the holes first started, and also Chairman Stewart for coming out. I moved here 3 years ago with the chance of a new job and a brighter future and a safe place for my family to grow up at, which is why we chose Wakulla County. And since these holes have showed up, we don't even go outside our home to play. My kids don't go off the concrete. That's kind of the rules to go, because we just had the GPR testing done. Although my holes are not as large as Miss Maureen's, most of mine are about enough for you to fit your leg in or a small child. The GPR just did penetrating testing done down. Most of my holes go 77 to 88 inches. And I surely don't want to see either one of my children or a neighborhood child get hurt. But they continue to build in this neighborhood. The builder is rushing to get around the circle to finish it as fast as possible. They haven't done much any building. The houses still aren't being sold. But he's just trying to get them built so they're done and it's over with. And I just asked the county to stop issuing new permits to build in this neighborhood until we can figure out what really is going on here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark McMillan.
Mark McMillan, 116 Parkside Circle. I too, like Glenn, bought my house about 3 years ago and was sold this wonderful idea. Love the conservation, love the 1 acre plots. And currently right now, I don't know if it's a foreshadowing, but I've got about 10 holes that have randomly appeared on my sides and in the rear of the property. And they're about 10 inches wide, about as wide as my foot. About as wide as my shoulder, my son's shoulders, 5-year-old's shoulders, and I'm just concerned that I don't know what's going to be next. I have no idea what's going on, and but when I first discovered one of them, I took a broom handle, and it was underneath the trampoline, and I stuck the broom handle in the hole just to see how far it would go, and it just kept going, and I got all the way down to my shoulder, and the broom handle was probably 4 feet long, so looking at maybe 6 feet deep, and so it just, kind of bothered me a little bit. I just kept an eye on it, but then more and more in the last year, been creeping up. So I'm more concerned about my kids, neighborhood kids, discovering these things. I discovered more and more as I started mowing the lawn. I usually push mow sometimes the front, and on the side when I got there I was stepping on something kind of mushy, and 1, 2, 3 I went all the way down to my past my knee, and I could have gone further. I just didn't want to get stuck. Pulled it out again, broom handle, same thing, same situation. So I don't know what's going on my property, but it concerns me. So I just want to make sure we address this early and often, and have open communications with our builder that sold us this wonderful property that we had seen, and now it's starting to become a nightmare. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to have problems with the last name, so I'll say Jamie.
Hello, my name is Jamie Wynn. I'm at 64 Parkside Circle, and my husband and I purchased this home for a dream home to build a family. I'm sorry. Now we have a child, a 1-year-old. And how safe is this dream home to raise a family or have more children and play around the yard? It's not just our houses, it's all around the neighborhood. It's not just one neighbor's house you have to worry about. This is our future. This is our financial future. This is everybody who lives in our neighborhood future. This is this magnificent neighborhood. Well, it's unsafe and it's unfair to the people that live there. This is ridiculous. Something needs to be done.
Thank you. Those are all the citizens. Commissioner Stewart. Commissioner Lawrence.
Yeah, I would like to hear from the county attorney what, if anything, can be done to prevent other houses from being built on areas that are likely to have similar kind of things, which it sounds like many of them will.
Right now, I mean, the building code does not require the level of, doesn't require, for example, a geologist to come out there and do testing on the land before it's built. And I don't know of any building code in Florida that does that. I mean, maybe the building officials could. Yeah, I mean, I don't know of anything. I mean, I guess we could try to meet with the developer again and see if there are any additional measures that your building official may be comfortable with and the developer may be agreeable to.
What, if anything, can this board, though, do to at least pause any...
talking about a building moratorium?
Yeah, until maybe, I mean, I know people at U.S. Geological Service who might be willing to come out and do some evaluation for, you know, I don't know if they would do it for nothing, but I can ask. Or if, you know, just there are probably a lot of caves and whatever running through there, and it might be some places that, I mean, would be okay and some that wouldn't. I don't know.
Oh, maybe I can share some of that too with what I know. Because I was somehow involved when this neighborhood came through. My concern at that time was septic over what are our major caves. Okay. From what I understand, there's a couple of 100 feet or more between the top and those caves. So it's not like we're right on top of them. But that was my concern when I was looking at this this subdivision. And I actually went to DEP and with the agent and the developer at that time. I've been told unofficially that it's part of the cost nature of our county and why this is happening so much right now. I don't think there's a definitive answer, but it's not a situation that we're sitting over hollow caves. It's something's happening with the drainage, but I don't know. But then what I'm concerned about, Commissioner Stewart, is also it sort of seems counterintuitive. If you're the developer and you're not selling homes, why would you want to keep on investing and building those homes? I don't understand that part of the equation. And so I'm confused on that level of why that's going on. I don't think I would be doing it if it was my money that I had to invest into it. But, you know, I went out there, the sinkholes that really affected me the most were those small circular ones that just dropped. Not a geologist, but I can understand the safety issue out there. When you walk around with, you can feel that you're on soil that, now why do the borings come back as okay to build when you're walking around on soil like that? I don't, can you explain that?
Well, the borings are only...
If you can come up to the mic, please. You know.
Unfortunately, the borings are only taking a sample of what's there where they're boring. It doesn't say what's 3 foot away from it. If a hole's 10 inches in diameter, if you miss it, you miss it. You don't know what's below there with, you know, you go out there, you see it, you don't know what's there. You take the borings, if it says it's okay to build, then it's okay to build. And there's no way to know whether you hit a a sinkhole, potential sinkhole, there's just no way to know.
We're here to tell you it's not. They're there. It may not be right where the house is. We've got one house they're getting ready to pump $56,000 to $58,000 worth of concrete just to stabilize the house.
Okay, and I'll let you speak again if you, but please come up to the mic so it becomes part of the record, and that's what I want it to be part of the record. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we're not arguing with you guys. We're sensitive and to what your quandary is you have out there. The issue is, I mean, you heard us when we come out with the attorney. We can only do so much where we are now. Going forward, we're going to be able to do more. But where we are now is where we are, and unfortunately, you guys are stuck, and you're going to have to work it out with your attorney. And I hate to say that. I know I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I'm trying to find out how we can help, and I don't know how to help past going forward. What we can make them do. So it's not like we're not against you. We're with you, and we're trying to get there from here.
Yeah, I think that's well stated, Commissioner Stewart, is that if there was something there that we can do to help, I don't think there's a question on this board that we would be there helping. Yes, please.
These boring samples, they may not find it, like where he said it may not be right where they take that sample 10 foot over, there may be a sinkhole that's getting ready to open up. What do we do when we have a child fall in one of these holes? Or somebody dramatically, get hurt? Who's responsible? We're coming to you because something's got to take place. I don't know what the answer is, but something's got to happen. When they're going to pump, like I said, $56,000 to $58,000 worth of concrete underneath the house just to stabilize the house, something's going on underneath that house. That's just one house. We have 4 other houses that we're waiting on the test results back right now to see what it's going to cost to stabilize their homes. They're not disclosing to new people coming into the neighborhood. We've had new people that have moved in within the last, I guess it's 4 weeks now, because last week it was 3. It wasn't disclosed, and they specifically asked about the sinkholes in the neighborhood. There's problems here. Are we supposed to wait until something happens? Somebody gets truly hurt? Does it have to be detrimental before somebody steps forward and does something here?
Yeah, and I think what we probably as a board want to do is to ask the county attorney to give an opinion as to what options the board has with relationship to this.
I'd like to do that at a future meeting, because this is
Yes, yeah, oh, no.
it's not something I would ever advise you to do
I'm not
immediately.
Right, I'm not asking, but I think that's the most that we can do, is if there's anything the board can do, and that's what we need to hear. Yes.
Also, from what I hear, it sounds like some of you might be considering getting private attorneys.
We already have. I mean, that's a given. What other choice do we have?
Right. If your attorney has ideas that they think we should be doing beyond what we're thinking, I'm sure our attorney will be glad to look at their ideas also. And if there's anything we can do that may be out of the box that we haven't thought of, we're glad to talk.
I've spoken with her attorney.
Yeah, we had an appointment where we were all together, and also question any word on where the meeting minutes or the recordings of the meetings that we've asked for, that we talked about it when you came out, that we can't get copies of these meetings. They don't exist.
Your attorney was supposed to contact the county.
Yeah, he was going to send a letter, and he did. I haven't seen it yet. He said he wanted to send it in writing so that he had a record of specifically what he wanted.
Then I'll ask him about that.
We'll respond immediately once we get that.
Okay. I'll ask him about that. And I apologize. It's very sensitive. It's, you don't put invest in something for it to be worth a fraction of what you pay for it, and not knowing what's going to happen. So.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Stewart?
That's all on that item. Again, I wish we could do more. And going forward, we will. So. Well, that's what the attorney's going to give us an opinion on, taking in all that into account. How do we move forward from here? Okay.
Mr. Stewart?
Next item is this consider extending the discounted sewer connection fee deadline for 6 months. That was how I titled this. However, I've had conversations with several business owners along that route and some other folks, and had one gentleman come in and sit down with Heather and I to talk about, looking at it from a legal perspective. I guess what I'm going to ask the board to do tonight is I no longer want to extend the mandatory connection date. What I'd like to do is make a motion that we table it all together. And I know how difficult this is, but we can't move forward with this. I can't.
Second for discussion.
Okay, let us discuss.
To table to a date uncertain.
Yes.
And there's a second to that motion.
And the date uncertain, I would say, would be when the economy recovers to some reasonable degree. And I can't ask these folks. Here's the quandary. The bottom line is they've told me, Mike, if we want to get on sewer, but if I pay the sewer that you're asking, I'm gonna have to lay people off, and I'm gonna have to close my business. Now, we're just gonna cut our nose off to spite our face if we do that, because then we'll have an empty commercial building with no activity going on in it because the people can't afford to operate. That's the reality of where we are right now. I mean, people are hurting. It's just like I said earlier about the MSBU idea. This is just the wrong time. If this had been 8-10 years ago, there would have been no question in my mind we move forward. But we can't do it.
Okay. We have some citizens to speak. Mr. John Schuff.
John Schuff, 87 Tupelo Drive. I'd like to thank you for considering to delay the mandatory sewer hookups. The Chamber supports expansion of our sewer system, but would like to look forward to getting involved in the planning the way it's done, so it's not so hard on our citizens that already have a state-approved system that they may also be paying on right now. And especially people in houses, they finance them for 30 years. They're paying for that septic tank for 30 years, and then we have to go and put in another system now. Had some other points I was going to make about the economy right now, but that's already been pretty well made tonight, and I won't make those again. We have issues with the way we were noticed. It also seems likely the county has quite a bit of latitude in the implementation of the statute, the way it's worded. We found a subdivision in the city of Tallahassee, the state capital, that they put our low-pressure sewer system into that subdivision, but are not requiring people to hook onto that system until their personal system fails. There must be some way they're doing that. And if you read some of the, I'll read 2B to you, but that portion of the ordinance basically gives the county quite a bit of discretion in on how they implement the system. And just one other thing, just we look forward to getting it done. We'd like to help y'all do it in a way that is more acceptable to everybody.
Thank you.
I guess I would like one caveat in there if I can. It just dawned on me. If the septic tank fails between now and whenever this uncertain date is in the future, that they be required to get on sewer, so that if we don't go back in with another septic tank, that we may just cave in 2 or 3 years, 5 years, whenever the economy recovers. So
right now, their options in that scenario, if they have a standard system that fails, would be between putting in a performance-based system, or which is probably more, or going to central sewer, which makes more sense over time. This motion does not cover new construction, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You're talking about the folks that
we issued the letters to.
Okay.
Just the ones we issued the letters to.
Okay.
Indefinite time, but they'd have to get on if it fails, kind of idea. So.
think there's still more citizens.
There is. Let me add that Ben and staff, we've spent a lot of time on this. We've invited plumbers, we've invited bankers, we've invited both together. We've tried to come up. We've invited the Chamber of Commerce. John and I talked at length about different ways to make it work. There's no way, short of what I'm telling you now, to do it.
Yeah, I've also had conversations trying to look at ways to pay it over time and whatever.
Yeah, let's go and get the citizens cleared first, and then we can get back to our board discussion, okay? Okay, so Mr. Ralph Thomas.
Good evening. Ralph Thomas, 637 Hunters Trace. I just want to thank you for bringing this up. I mean, it's no mystery to anyone that the businesses are basically on their knees at this point. Construction industry has been decimated. The real estate industry has been decimated. Foreclosures are at record numbers. Our fishermen have been hurting for years, and it appears that BP may wipe them out totally. Retail industry is down. You go into the restaurants, and they're all complaining about it. I mean, there's just absolutely no one immune to the problem right now. And the main thing I want to do tonight is maybe offer some encouragement. I think you guys have a tough job ahead of you right now, and you didn't cause this problem. There's no doubt about that, and I appreciate you bringing that up. Probably generations past, you might be facing some of the toughest decisions that any of your counterparts have done in the past, and I just want to encourage you that we need to unite as far as the county, the administration staff, the taxpayers, the business community, or these decisions that are on your shoulders right now are going to slowly bring us out of this, and we will come out, or it's going to just nosedive us into it even faster. And so I just want to offer encouragement that, give us some breathing room. I talk to a lot of businesses, and I know no one that is immune to the problems right now. Mr. Penegry said tonight that the revenue, the funds are just not coming in with the county government. I echo that with my household, with my business, with every person I talk to. So thank you very much for considering this, and we need it. Absolutely, our community needs it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Moore.
Chairman Kessler, other commissioners, on behalf of the Chamber, well, I guess I need to give my address, don't I? Kim Moore, 4149 Ridgehaven Road. On behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, we have looked out and certainly sought out the opportunity to work together. We are pleased that Commissioner Stewart, as well as County Administrator, have reached out to us. We've worked diligently on trying to find out solutions with this issue. As a Chamber, I think everybody can agree that we are committed to serving the business community and certainly the residents that make up the county. We understand, and we're certainly not misled by the unemployment numbers, the fact that they've gone down. We know that there are people still hurting. As a matter of fact, we have 1,283 unemployed residents here in Wakulla County. There continue to be many business closures already, those that are on the verge, as well as scores of unemployed who are seeking the basic necessities. You mentioned Commissioner Art's food, that's why we're conducting the food drive right now. We continue to receive a number of calls. Throughout our joint review process, we have engaged area businesses to determine the impact the mandate would have. We have reached out to local plumbers, as has been mentioned by Commissioner Stewart, who have taken it upon themselves to educate those that fall under the mandate. In addition, we have worked with our local financial institutions, which says to me that we are looking for opportunities to work together to solve this. Those banks include Ameris, Wakulla State Bank, Gulf State Community Bank, and Capital City Bank, to determine what opportunities exist in their industry. As a result of the collaboration, we've come across a number of options that we'd like to weigh in the future, and certainly to that end, the Chamber does support the recommendation that's being put forward by Commissioner Stewart, and we thank you for your leadership.
Okay. Board discussion.
I echo a lot of what Commissioner Stewart's saying. It's an issue that I've spoken with some of the same people. Whenever I bring it up to staff, they're like, Mike's taking care of this. We can't talk about it. So it's good to, I'm glad to see what's been brought before us. right now, for people who are aware, we've currently got a program where if you're signing up for it, if you're connected to the sewer today, you're still can fall underneath the 75% discount, which can be paid, and you can correct me anything I misstate, can be paid off over 2 years, or 10 years if you qualify for some of our housing assistance, or housing might, if you qualify for even more housing assistance, might be able to pay the hookup fee for you. If you're a business that wants to hook up now and get the discount now, and you tell us, and we don't have a better way to do it, and I apologize for that, and I think you're going to come away without having to do it tonight. Come to the board and ask for assistance. We can also offer you that same 10-year loan to help to cover the connection fee.
And the 2 years also available.
The 2 years without coming to us, you can get the 2 years. We can, what I discussed with Heather, which I think is what you've suggested tonight, Mike, is that when we wrote our mandatory connection ordinance, our sewer ordinance, we have language. We did not put in that the state allows a waiver from the county health department that says that your septic tank is still functioning, and as long as you're getting that waiver from the county health department, you don't have to connect to the sewer. But at some point, and Heather, I'm talking, our attorney will correct me if I say anything, if I misspeak. And if the county health department at some point deems that your septic tank is no longer safe, it's not doing the job that it was intended to do when it was built, you then have to connect to the sewer. And we can do that. And that's within the state law.
Yeah, what the statute says is that the county can, with the approval of the department, waive the requirement of mandatory connection if you determine that such connection is not necessary or is not in the public interest due to public health concerns. So we would need to reach out to the public health department and to the health department and make sure that there weren't any public health concerns that they had with the specific areas we're talking about, and get their approval, and then probably bring back an ordinance amendment to amend ordinance 2009-09 just to provide that latitude.
And that seemed like the best solution to me, where we just amend the ordinance to allow that currently existing construction can use their septic tank, at least for the foreseeable near future, unless it fails or is deemed unfit by the county health department. That being said, people who choose to wait to get their septic tanks to connect to the sewer are also going to be waiving that discount that we're offering right now. So for people who can afford it and are willing to go through one of our loan processes to just pay up front, they can save money by connecting to our sewer system today. But we understand there's a lot of people who just don't have that option. And that's why I'm making this. That's why I'm supporting Commissioner Stewart. I don't know if that's
that's exactly where I wanted to go with it. So,
further discussion?
I think it sounded like the motion just got changed. I just want to make sure I understand what the motion is right.
I think the motion is still to table indefinitely.
yes.
Not enforce. Not enforce.
Not enforce, probably a better word to use. Yes.
Would you be amenable to changing the language in the waiver? And then we could still enforce it. It's still enforceable. It's just there's a waiver put in it that allows for a functioning septic tank to continue to function until it fails. Correct? What would be preferable, County Attorney?
Well, I mean, I think you get to the same place. I mean, to follow the state statute, you would waive it with the approval of the health department.
And have we addressed the issue and there were modifications being done to septic systems that really may have needed to fall under a replacement, and we're...
Yes, that was addressed in your comp plan amendment.
Okay. So we're good. Okay. Well, let's call for the motion.
I have
Sorry.
Sorry, I just have a... Now, if you do you want a new set of letters to go out, I assume, that would inform people that this has been delayed and all that?
I think we have to.
Yeah, to that same group of addresses.
That's what I figured.
But expressing the discount and everything, so it's still encouraging people.
Well, the
to come out.
discounts are still in effect, but basically we'll keep it simple, not to be confusing, and just note that the board has, due to economic times and until a turnaround occurs, has directed staff to not enforce what we cited in the last letter, which was your ordinance. And we will remind them, however, that the ability to defray 75% of their costs is still an option to them, but it's not a mandatory at this time.
Is it better, and again I ask, you say it's the same thing, but is it better to change the ordinance or just not enforce the ordinance? Because I was under the impression it was better, getting the same in.
I would rather bring you back, and I mean, we've heard your direction. I think they can march forward, but I'd rather bring back an ordinance amendment that would track the statute language, just so we can make it official, and so that it's in your code.
I would like to do that. Would you be amenable?
If I can, Mr. Chairman, if we could get those letters out sooner than later, because folks are calling and ringing the hook off over at ESG, because the deadline's real close, and I want them to know. The first deadline is July, isn't it?
The July one is when the 75% reduction expires. The actual deadline to connect is not until January of 2011.
If the Wakulla News can help us get that word out, we would appreciate it too.
We'll send the letters by the end of the week.
Initially, before we get off the subject, now that we have all this, I know that because under the subject heading that it was brought up under extending discount sewer connection deadline, did you want to hear the discount or anything like that? Just checking. No? Okay. I'm just making sure.
Okay. So, as you understand the motion, it is to suspend the enforcement. No?
Change the ordinance.
Change the ordinance. Is that what we are now?
I think it's both.
Okay. And we're going to send out letters advising the people that have received those letters. The discount rate expires as of July 1.
It reduces. It reduces,
right. 75% expires as of July 1. And so it's still in the best interest of those that can afford to do this, to get on when they have a 75% reduction.
You can even extend it 1 month. If we're going to send them another letter, let's remind them they have a discount and actually have time to take advantage of that discount.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
That would be my point.
Can we get that in the letter? Can we do that?
You can. I'll bring back an ordinance amendment for that as well, because that was done by ordinance.
Okay, well, if we're going to do that, let's just extend it 3 months.
Let's just do what I was going to ask and say 6 months.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're going to do it, let's just leave it alone, make it 6 months, change it so we don't have to enforce it.
Okay. That gives them through the end of the year.
Yeah.
If you come in before New Year's Eve, you get the 75%, and then it staggers. And
I can't encourage you enough to come in early.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just clarify from my standpoint. I'm going to be bringing you back an ordinance that's going to incorporate the state waiver provision, give this board the authority to do, and we'll ratify that. And then an ordinance it's going to be the same ordinance, but it will also amend the incentive program so that you have a 75% reduction if you connect by January 1, 2011, and then I will push out the other percentage reductions in accordance period of time.
Yes, that's it.
Partridge in a pear
Okay, so the motion by Attorney Ed Sinosa.
Good job, Evan.
Do I have a second?
Okay, so there's a motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Brock, as stated succinctly by our county attorney. In summary, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. That was easy. Okay. First, under my agenda items is, let's get there. This is a request approval to schedule a workshop on July 22nd, 2010, to discuss Wakulla Fire EMS integration, and I would like to change that date to, I believe, August 5th.
August 5th, and if you could expand it, Commissioners, to include moving back the workshop presently scheduled for July 22nd to also be August 5th. August 5th will ergo become the time of fire.
Well, there was another workshop set for for July 22nd that dealt with fire. Right?
Fire inspection.
Did I say that wrong? Fire inspection ordinance.
Fire inspection. So that would move to August 5th, so they'd be on the same.
They'd both be on the same date unless August 5th is problematic. We can move that within August.
I won't be here.
Oh, okay.
I'll be out of the country on a missions trip that whole week.
Okay. So what's our next?
Well, the next we can move this around. I think the key thing, Mr. Chairman, was to get this done before the 16th. How about the 12th of August? That's a week later.
I won't be here.
Won't be here. How about any time in that week of the 9th? Nope, bad news.
Well, the 19th, trying to keep our workshops with our meetings.
I could do the 9th, August 9th.
I'm a fan of workshops and meetings in the same week.
Or we could do it earlier is that bad? How about earlier, since it's the summer break, how about scheduling them before the regular meeting in the afternoon? Starting work, bad.
On what day?
On the second, the 16th, which is your second regular meeting date in August. Like starting them up at 3 o'clock, do an hour apiece, and then right into the meeting.
Would that work?
It could.
Do you anticipate these being short workshops? Not really.
No, these are going to be significant workshops.
Let's do it the 19th.
August 19th.
Okay, does that still meet the time frame of addressing the issues?
I think it does, Mr. Chairman, because in the case of the MSBU, it still has to come back for approval, I think, in September.
It's going to be, the MSBU itself is going to be, your public hearing is going to be scheduled for August 16th.
So no, it doesn't.
That's just on the MSBU. This
Can we move that
integration, the consolidation and the fire inspection don't necessarily have to
Right, the reason why I was requesting that they both be on the same day is because we're going to be asking or having the ability of fire to participate and for them to, they have their schedules and their sleeps and they're on and they're off, and that they can make those that want to participate. It's one day instead of having to interrupt their schedules twice.
Can we move the MSBU hearing to the next meeting, or is that set by statute?
It has to be done by September 15th.
So we could do the first meeting in September with
The
MSBU.
6th. Yeah. You could.
Just throwing it out there.
September 7th.
Oh, yeah, the 7th because of the holiday. I mean, you could do it.
As long as you get it done, if you're going to do it, as long as you get it done before you approve next year's budget, I think you're okay.
And just one caveat, if you push it to the 7th, that is the date you would have to do. I just didn't want you to feel backed into a corner because you're butting up against a statutory deadline, because you would be butting up against a statutory deadline then. I mean, if you're comfortable with proceeding in that way, that's fine. It certainly can be moved to the 7th.
So what was the problem on July 22nd?
The problem with July 22nd is if you want to have staff involvement in addition to the proponents of the measure, and then county attorney review and et cetera, we just need time. I mean, we're slammed. So turning it around and having a fully vetted agenda item by the time of the next board meeting, I think is too quick, especially when Scott and Public Safety are working on these other, the kennel ordinance and the fire inspection, and so, I mean, it's just, I'm just speaking of what your item is, Mr. Chairman, it's just a lot. Frankly, I think it would be good if we could move those two into August. It would be a better product, and I think a better discussion and a better outcome. My understanding is the whole reason we wanted to get it done before that August 16th meeting is because we had to have it done by the 16th, but that's not the case. That the drop dead date is actually September the 7th to approve the ordinance, so we were building in some time there.
But we're also running short of time of how we address the budget.
Well, you'll give me direction as a board on Thursday whether you want me to proceed the way I've been or whether you don't in time for July 15th. And that, frankly, that's another compounding factor. I mean, Tim and Will are burning the midnight oil to get that budget document done between now and July 15th.
But this is a significant item with respect to the budget on if we decide to go one way or another with integration and how it
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, it could be. I haven't done the analysis pro or con. I'm not taking anybody at face value. I think this needs a full vetting, plenty of time, good legal review, look at the budgetary impact, look at the operational impact, and that's just not done, on a dime when you're trying to juggle a series of other priorities.
So let's look at our options again as far as a calendar. So the week of July 26th, 25th, 26th.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not trying to beat this horse, but an extra week, I think we need a few weeks here, extra. What I'm telling you is until July the 15th, everybody is pretty much flat out. Half the people that are going to work on this analysis are doing, putting together a balanced budget in accordance with state statute. I don't know what the attorney's schedule is. Maybe that's not a problem for her. I know that Scott McDermott and Chief LaMarche, I think we need the extra few weeks. That would be helpful.
And Commissioner Ott, so when the week you were not available?
August 12th. August 5th. Commissioner Stewart said he's not here August 5th.
Right.
And I'm not here
The
August
week of?
12th. Yeah, I'm gone that whole week.
Okay. So then we're left with?
19th.
19th.
That don't work.
Yeah, I mean, that's really, I think we have to go, it may not be the best staff analysis, but we're just getting pushed too far into the budget process. That, this issue needs to be discussed and the board needs to determine which way it wants to go in order for the budget process to be meaningful.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, you've got two critical dates. The first one is July 15th. That's when I have to put my tentative budget, which is balanced, on your desk. You're missing that deadline. I don't care if we hold it tomorrow. It's not going to get done. So if you go at all beyond the 15th, your next trigger point for the budget are the two meetings in September, which this will be done well in advance of that. So you should have, if we do it on the 19th, there's plenty of lead time. You still got 2 weeks. You got almost 2 weeks before the first public hearing and almost a month before the final. So you do have time after, let's say the board directs, I don't care. I mean, say they direct merge or they direct don't merge. I mean, either way, you got time if your decision point is August the 19th.
Okay. let's set it for the August 19th as if there's a motion to put it forward, and then let's listen to the citizens, go back to discussion, and see where we end up.
So moved.
Okay? So there's a motion to set this workshop for August 19th.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stewart, the motion. Commissioner Otts is the second. And let's hear some citizens. Steve Foltz.
Good evening again, Commissioners. Steve Foltz, 35 Monocoop Circle. It sounds like we're moving in the right direction here. One thing I do know is that information is very, very good, and to have this workshop along with the fire ordinance workshop and get this out and discuss all of the pros and cons of it, I think is an outstanding idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chief Russell.
Commissioners, you know, I started this thing. I didn't mean to start trouble, but I started this thing, and it was really started about firefighter safety, in my opinion, and it started about my feelings that you could hire. Even if you have to pay them more, you can hire people that could do multiple jobs cheaper than you can hire multiple people to do one job. And I think it's the right way to go. And I know your staff's against it, and I think part of that's just resistance to change, and part of it may have to do with the salaries. Would be able to move over to MSBU, but I don't know what the reasons are. But we do know your staff's going to be against it, and so actually, if you aren't willing to consider going against your staff, there's no reason to even set a workshop on the thing, and that's really pretty much where it's at. I still believe in it, but I know that the staff's going to be against it, and that's the way I see it.
Thank you. Mr. Dan Hinchy.
Thank you for allowing me a few minutes to speak, Commissioners. I'm in support of the workshop. I think that particularly in light of tonight's audit, and we all know what our financial situations are in the county and in our area. It's not getting better for a while. Anytime you can be creative and create a better position and save a few dollars, that's a good thing. This is not an attack by any means toward any of those people over there. They do wonderful jobs. It's just a creative way. When things are tight, I'm trying to figure out how can we do things better. How can we get better people and maybe save some money? Yes, an individual will cost a little more. He'll be dual certified, dual qualified, able to do two jobs. It just makes good sense. So I support the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've heard from all the citizens. We have a date right now, August 19th. Is there any further board discussion? Hearing none, call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you.
I apologize. Did we move the other workshop that day also, or just this workshop?
I think that was part of the motion, wasn't it?
Right. This is another fire-related workshop.
Okay, I was just making sure.
We'll still have workshops on the 22nd of July.
Huh?
Yeah, the kennel.
Yes, the kennel one.
Right.
And that's good. I mean, that'll allow us to focus on the kennel and, yeah.
Oh, I thought you said cannibal. I'm sorry.
One and the same, right?
Gotta laugh or you'll cry.
This next item on the agenda is relates to the weatherization, ARRAWAP stimulus money from the federal government coming to our county. And thank you. We've had some input on this program, and the program seems to be really picking up as far as doing more homes, as we need to meet certain quotas. This item I put on the agenda to try to augment our county's ability to get that quota made, so that we would not be in a position of getting another one of those DCA letters with the possibility of having our program either supplemented by them through their choices or through taking the program away. So I had met with Housing Bill and said my concerns. I since have gotten an email. I don't have anything in writing from the DCA saying that we could actually do this without putting it out to bid, but I am very much in favor of going through the road of putting it out to bid so that there are no questions as to where we are. If our housing department has met its quota without us needing to implement, whoever gets the RFP, should the board decide to go that way, we don't have to use them. It's just a matter of having something there in place that if we have some concerns issued by the DCA, that we are then in a more rapid deployment situation of moving forward. So that's it.
Just to sort of add on to those comments, my understanding is Ms. Lemo, who is sort of the program administrator oversight party for DCA, has said to us in regards to your item tonight, Mr. Chairman, effectively there is one provider in our area, one nonprofit. So it doesn't really make sense to do a request for proposals for that function. Well, that's one. Two, it would be the DCA who ultimately would be selecting a nonprofit if that's this board's request. So us doing a RFP doesn't make sense. They would effectively have to do it. But anyhow, what she said in the email, and I'm just paraphrasing, was, I'm not giving you an opinion whether you need to do it or not. You know, we continue to work with your group. But if you want to request of the state, on top of the 20 some odd homes that you're doing a month to catch up, if you wish to request a nonprofit, there is one in your area. It's capital area. And if you, as a board, not the administrator, the board wants to request of the DCA, hey, while we're doing what we need to do, go ahead and for 3 months or whatever the case may be, DCA directs some of that additional area funding, and it has to be the stimulus funding, not the key the core funding. If you want to direct that to capital area, you can make that request of us, and we can make that happen. And then we, the DCA, will be the oversight of any money we give to capital area. I think that's the only caveat.
Okay, so I may be confused, and I may have missed an email. Did you receive an email from...
I had one forwarded to me from Tim. Am I mischaracterizing what was in there?
I think what you had forwarded is someone that spoke with Lemo, and then someone that spoke to that someone that spoke with Lemo.
I think two people spoke with Ms. Lemo. Ms. Deckel did initially, and then Mr. Barden did as a follow-up, and then it was his email that I'm referring to.
Okay, so it's not Ms. Lemo's email.
No, it's the recording of the conversation that Tim had.
Will I feel better when I have things in writing, and I think in the relaying whatever was said during those conversations, that it was an option to do that RFQ or not. I want to make sure that I just want to cross the T's and dot the I's.
So, clarification?
Yes, please.
Are you saying that we can hire a subcontractor or nonprofit that works for us and does additional housing bids, and you're saying that we could ask for DCA to come in and hire a nonprofit? We don't know which one's right?
It's the same end. Now, Tim, I need you to opine, you too, Virginia. But what I'm understanding is Ms. Lemo clarified and said, look, if you want somebody extra, that's us, that's DCA that does it. We'll do it, but this board just needs to make that request of them, and then they can make it happen. There's one firm that they're comfortable with that can do it.
Okay, and I didn't get that information from my contacts with DCA, so there's some confusion there. So
I'm sorry. I spoke with her this morning. She's at home with her child today, and she gave me her personal cell phone, and she that's the message that she relayed to me. They would take the OR funding that was allocated to the county, and they would contract with Capital Area in order to...
That's not what I'm proposing. That is not what I'm proposing. Okay, so that's off the table for me. Okay, so I'm not proposing that we take this ARRA money and turn it back to the DCA. Okay, that's not where I am. Okay, and that was not any of my discussions with the DCA. I want whoever's going to be helping out with these homes to be under the county, and that's why I needed it out. Yes.
And I know I have a motion shortly, and citizens will get to talk. I just another question before we get to that point.
Yeah.
If there's only one nonprofit in the area that can do this, in addition to us, so we would be basically hiring Capital City.
I think they would.
And the executive director and I are friends. I'm not against that idea. I don't know that it's beneficial to them. I don't know if they'll take this into consideration. I haven't talked to Don in 6 months, so it's not going to tell you. But it may not be beneficial for them to help us. Like if they come in and help us, then if we fail, they get the whole contract, right? I'm just checking.
I'm just scrambling.
Okay, I understand.
My mode is, if this is a safety valve, okay? I am not willing to turn around and say, DCA, take this thing back. That's not what I started, and that was not my conversations with any of the DCA.
I apologize if I've thrown a wrench in. I'm just...
No. That number was thrown out there because that clarifies the situation more. I mean, I met with housing. I told them exactly where I was going with this thing, and that's where it is.
That's true.
So if it's only single source, then that'll be vetted that there's only a single source, and if there are more than one, then we put out the bid. If they want to help us, they'll help us. If they don't want to help us, they won't help us if it's a single source. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just trying to get to, I guess, the same place and understanding what I believe to be the intent of your outreach. Let's say that following what's written on the page, that it would be us that would do the RFP and then we would subcontract. I would think that would have to be signed off on by the DCA anyway, because now we're serving as a conduit of those ERA funds through us, but we're not doing it, but we're going to subcontract. Would it be appropriate, and is it the spirit of where you're going with this, to direct staff, the county attorney, to formally request of Ms. Lemo's DCA, if we wanted a safety valve, somebody to do additional beyond what we just started doing, in May and June, etc. How, given the two options, can the county do the RFP, or what would be the state's recommendation of how to make that happen, and then just bring it back? Because either way, I think what you're talking about's got to come back at a future agenda item anyway. If we did an RFP, if you directed staff, hey, do an RFP underneath us tonight, it would still have to come back to you anyway. And I just don't have the confidence now, just hearing from Tim and his conversation with Ms. Lemo while she was at home, if that's the process they want. I just want to make sure whatever we do, it's the way DCA wants it to be done. And I think that would probably be...
I think whatever we ask for, it will have to be within DCA's guidelines and rules. What I would like the process to start out from, and the only road that I am entertaining going down, is if the county is in control of this and subcontracting. And if that's not possible, then it goes nowhere. But if it is possible, then we run that part of the program by advertising and doing our thing. So that's what I'm asking the board to consider.
Question.
Yeah.
Are we talking about getting temporary help, or are we talking about possibly hiring someone who will eventually get this job?
What I'm asking for right now, because when I met with housing, they're showing me how the numbers of houses that they are doing now has markedly increased. And they are saying that by 2 or 3 months, they will be right on target, okay? If that's the case, we don't need anything. What I'm saying is, in case that doesn't happen, that we have the safety valve there, that we may not ever sign the contract to pay them a penny or to do one house, but they're there ready if we need them.
To provide the assistance to catch our staff?
To actually do additional houses, yes, for us to meet our quotas. Yeah, if that's needed. And the way housing is performing right now, they're saying to me that this may not be needed. Okay. So I would entertain a motion to direct staff to seek by competitive bid supplemental turnkey non-for-profit provider experienced in ARRA-WAP, provided it falls within the parameters of the DCA.
Yeah, we would double check anything
Exactly.
with the DCA.
And that's really the motion, to basically have somebody that we can possibly put under contract in case we needed them.
Right, if they told us, well, we know where you're trying to go, but it's got to be this way, then we'd bring that back.
Right, right. Oh, no, I'm not going to pass the gavel, because if there's not support from the board, I don't, it'll die.
Man, I'm so confused, I apologize.
I appreciate where you're headed, Howard, I do, and I even talked to the attorney about it, and I thought it was a good idea, but now that I know they're caught up, and they're up full speed again, I think we're okay, so I'm going to say, let's don't go there right now.
That's fine. And I just felt like I could not do something and try to.
I understand.
Yeah, so that's where I'm coming from.
And if we were behind still and couldn't get our head above water, I'd be the first on board to say, let's do it, but I think we're okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to state to the board, we are still behind. We know it. We're focused on catching up and exceeding. So, we're not resting on 2 good months. We know that exceeding our targets is the only thing that will get us in the 100% club or whatever they call it.
Could I possibly, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it sounds like a reasonable, like you said, stopgap kind of measure. My questions for me are how long will this take to get through the whole RFQ process? It may be too late. That's a possibility. The other also is, it seems like we're putting more demands on staff too, and given that they seem to be slammed, I'm a little concerned about that. But I'm willing to make the motion if
My hesitance, there comes several, my concerns with this. I worry, as I've stated, it conjures up more questions for me than it does answers, basically, because I worry that you're going to offer a nonprofit the opportunity to do it if we lag behind, if we don't catch back up. It'll take at least 30 days to get there, so we're looking at doing something for 2 months, perhaps, if we move quickly.
I would say that it'd take 2 months to have a company in place.
So we're looking at a 3-month gap that we anticipate overcoming, but taking 2 months to get there. And these are the concerns that are in my mind. And there's only one agency out there that can do it, according to what we've been told. That we've also been told by other people directly benefits if we fail. And that's the only. And I'm not thinking. That's where my confusion comes into all this. That's where I get confused. It's not like we have 3 organizations out there competing for a little bit of money. These would be people who would be.
I don't know how.
And please let me be clear, I do not think that CACAA would be trying to make Wakulla County fail. CACAA, Capital Area Community Action Agency. I don't want to give that impression at all. That's where my confusion comes from.
Okay, and I didn't bring up any company wanting us to fail.
They're our county administrator. No, right, and you did not. I said you did not say that.
Okay, so. And anyway, it stands what it is. I offered this up for board consideration to go out there, see what, we go and we hire a contracting or bidding on a building, and people come from all over the state to bid on it. I don't know who would bid on this, okay? And it doesn't make any difference to me if they're sitting up in Tallahassee or if they're sitting in Jacksonville. If they're willing to do the work and it's competitive and it works for us as far as numbers, I don't care where they're from. You know, I care that we keep the program. So, anyway. So, I think this dies for lack of motion. I'm going to have the citizens that waited to speak on this thing to at least have the opportunity, though. Is that okay? Okay. Steve Foltz, is that right for this item? D? I guess so.
Good evening again, Commissioners. Steve Foltz, 35 Monacoop Circle. I'm just going to give you just a brief overview of what my personal opinion is on where we've been after some research and kind of how we got here. And I'm not trying to make this any worse than what it is, but I think it's important for us to know how we got here is important. Weatherization issues, some of the contributing factors, in my opinion, as to what maybe led us here, was this was sold, I feel, as a block grant to the Commission rather than a performance grant. I don't think that was ever brought to your attention, that you had to perform to get this money and that this was an administrative fee. Maybe I'm wrong, but I've reviewed some meetings and I don't see that being clear. Certainly there's been a lack of administrative management and oversight on the program. I think that goes without saying. The Commissioners were not aware that the ARA, again, had performance requirements attached to it. The Commissioners were not aware of the risk that was involved with this entire program. This was more like a private enterprise venture where you had to perform to get it, not just receive the money. The Commissioners approved an unnecessary and very costly annex. I can't overstate that. The key employees were not retained. And that key positions were not quickly filled. This is the status as of May 2010, about 8 months into the program now. Expenditures over revenue, over $226,000 according to the clerk. That's a loss in business. That's how much money this county has lost from taxpayer dollars. Over $20,000 in payments just for the annex so far. There's been no ARA funding used for rent to date. That's as of May, according to the clerk. I thought that's where all the money for the rent for the annex was going to come from, or the majority of it anyway. You have a 3-year commitment for this annex. Break even now, you have to do 158 homes with no overhead whatsoever. So no salaries, no rent, no car payments or truck payments, just to break even on this program.
And I had to look familiar with because you have received some sample a series of updates from the housing staff regarding ARA or American Reinvestment and Recovery Act funding that the housing department has doing in addition to what determines what was going to come out of general fund is simply $245 a month for that extra space. That's what the general fund would contribute. The rest would come out of that money. That's correct. Okay. Well, I come up with about $10,000 for 3 years.
Funding housing has gained? Really, where is this funding that housing gained on this program? We're supposed to spend only $10,000 over 3 years. The rest was supposed to be Fed money. Now, this was for the additional unit for the annex, by the way. Little Fed money, if any, has been granted due to the lack of performance. Over $20,000, again, spent in 8 months on the annex alone. That's almost half of the housing's 3-year rent budget. It was used up in 8 months to cover the ARA money shortfall.
Please. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Just want to say in closing that over $226,000 of Wakulla taxpayer money, poof, gone.
Renee Calhoun.
Commissioners, I just want to make one answer phones for anybody in the contractor. Okay. Before you approve the contracts at the May 17th board meeting, Administrator Pingree told you that the kind of backlog would not happen again. It's been over a month and a half since those contracts were handed out, and not one home has had any work done on it. The bids were handed out yesterday, or actually this morning, and by the time the work is going to be done, it's going to be over 2 months since those May contracts were handed out before a house will be completed. That means 2 months, Commissioners, nothing got done. This time, Robin Diaz and the contractors cannot be blamed. You can't do it again. The contractors have spent hundreds of hours on paperwork and spent days doing walkthroughs, and they should be compensated for their time because it's not their fault that the administration keeps changing the rules as they go along. I, for one, think this administration has time and time again proven they are not capable of running this program, and way too much Wakulla County taxpayer money has already been wasted. Commissioners, I also want to make sure that all of you are aware that there is a criminal investigation being conducted by the Office of Fiscal Integrity about things within the Wakulla County Housing Department. The Office of Fiscal Integrity is a criminal justice agency whose mission is to detect and investigate misappropriation or misuse of state assets in a manner to safeguard the interests of the state of Florida and its taxpayers. Commissioners, you need to start asking some hard questions around here because I have no doubt that the Wakulla County residents are going to be demanding some answers. Thank you.
Larry Roberts.
I have nothing to add to what the last two speakers said, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are we aware of any investigation?
Yes. We're aware of the MRT investigation, which is our own. We are aware that the state office that was noted by Ms. Calhoun, having received a complaint from sources unknown, determined that they would look into it, and there's nothing more to add at this point in time.
So how long has this been going on?
10 days or so.
And who was made aware of it?
Well, I met with 2 investigators that came down, who shared that with me and asked some questions, and of course we participated in that and asked them what their timeline was, invited them actually to participate in the MRT if they saw fit, and they said no, that's okay. Would not give any specifics as to their timeline or what they thought of any allegations made to their office, and of course we will give them the full deference to conduct their review.
We've not received anything in writing from them?
I have not.
Okay. So it's a personal visit to you?
Mm-hmm.
After everything you've heard, do you still feel that this is an important thing, given that it may not even, by the time we go through the RFQ, it could be several months down the road?
Well, let me, just to maybe get some more information. Mr. Franklin, could you, or Mr. Nelson, I want to direct a question about where we stand in the program right now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so where do we stand in the program as far as the number of houses that we've done compared to the number of houses that we have to have done by certain, and what is that date?
We actually have completed 31 homes. We have 24 we just bid it out today. And at the end of this month, we'll bring those 24 in and we'll be at 55 homes. We only have to do 77 homes to make our 50%. We can finish 9 homes a month and do that. I try to I've heard so many things that were not true today that I'm amazed. The way that we make money from these programs is that we finish homes. If we do 20 homes today, we're not going to receive the money today. It's 3 months before we receive that money. So it's easy to stand up and say we $200,000 behind if we just completed 20 homes. As far as the annex is paid for out of housing funds. And we did that intentionally because we knew that how these programs work. And so the statements that are made today are really not true. It's almost embarrassing to get up and try to defend them. We're doing pretty good. The problem that we have now is exactly what you're seeing now. This process, you know what I've been doing every day, almost every day since the 17th of May? I've been answering public requests over and over again. I can't even hardly walk in my office and do any work because of that. These are the problems that we're having now. We've discovered what our problem was for the slowdown. But the problem that we're having now is these false statements that's coming forth. And nobody has sat down and talked to me about this program and asked me any concrete questions about it. Only thing we get is from the public that can make a statement and then there's really no checks or balances on it. You can make any statement you want, but the facts are the facts. Yes, the program was really, really slow at one time, and there was reasons for that. We did 20 homes last month. We just bid out 24 homes. That process is not, the reason the process is slow, contractors requested changes to the RFQ. Not us. We could have sent it out quicker. But we wanted to accommodate every contractor in this county because there's so many false statements out there. We need to get some facts out. If people want the facts, they need to come to the sources and get the facts. It's so many false statements. That $200,000 thing that's a charade. The money is coming back to the county. For every house that we send to DCA and DCA accepts, we're going to receive that funding for it. But it lags. It's not automatically back here. So they're using those numbers and saying, well, $200,000 has been spent. And then 3 months from now, those $200,000 is going to be in the bank. What are you going to say now when another $200,000 we spend on homes? But all those things that are being said now need to be verified through credible sources, and they're not. They're not.
Okay. Just to clarify for me, though, what is the date that we have to have the 77?
By September 30th, we need 77 homes done. If we finish the 24 now, we'll be at 55. And I finished 12th grade, and I did a little college, and I can figure that out. It's about 7 homes a month, or a little more from August through September. And so that's all we need to complete in that process. Now, we're doing the best we can.
Right, and so all I want to hear from you is that you're on target. You're going to make this deadline.
We're on target. And
this is the number of homes that we really have to complete. There's going to be no surprises, and we're in good shape.
We're on target, and we're going to do the best we can to make that. I can't see anything that's going to prevent us from making it. Things can happen, but I don't see anything that can prevent us from weatherizing 77 homes between now and September. I can't see anything with the progress that we're making now. I can't see anything. Things happen. I can't promise you anything, but as far as I can see now, yeah, we're heading in that direction.
Okay, and do you think that, how do you feel as the Director of Housing with the idea of bringing on another firm by competitive bid? Do you think we need that, or do you think that you're confident that we don't need that?
Well, a lot of people don't understand that process. We have very little decision-making power in that process. We tell DCA that we want to do this. We can't pick and choose who we want. DCA is going to find a provider that they're going to invite everybody in that is a provider, and they'll have a public meeting, and then all those providers will come and they'll decide which provider it is. They almost have already indicated who is the most likely provider, and so that's the way that process works. Once you release this program, you don't have any decision-making power anymore. That's it. Once you tell DCA, it's theirs. they're going to make the decision.
Thank you. Commissioner Brock.
Is it your understanding that we could contract with a nonprofit underneath you to do some additional work and hire out additional contractors?
Well, when Robin Diaz lived, I took to do the same thing that you're talking about now, to just temporarily. They did not allow us to do it. I don't think, from my knowledge, no, we can't do it that way. It's either or. Either you're going to release these funds to a nonprofit and let them go to work and get it done, or you're not going to do it.
And I want to be clear that I understood, and I can't speak for the other commissioners, that this was a block grant that was performance-based. I knew that from your presentation. I knew that from having dealt with this stuff in other capacities of my life. I want to ask you a question. If you anticipate that if we decided to tell DCA we'd like an additional nonprofit to come in and do this also, in addition to our housing department, how do you anticipate that would cancel out our housing department handling this in the future? Do you anticipate that you two could work alongside each other, and both of you?
It's not advantageous for a nonprofit to work with us. If they can have the program, why? I can't see that scenario working real well in the sense of the nonprofit, and DCA doesn't see that too working real well, where two agencies are working on the same program. The only thing that we can do basically is what we're doing now. We hire Mike Miller and White to do inspections, and then we come behind them and finish our work after that. You can hire two agencies to do that. That would be able to inspect more homes. I'm sure there'd be. We still have control of the program, but if you call a nonprofit in to share in, how are we going to divide that money? I'm saying it's so many difficult issues to navigate through. I couldn't see it working that way unless DCA go back and they divide the money up into two groups.
Because it's divided by county.
Yes, it's allocated by county, but I'm saying that the particular, the $600,000 we're allocated now. Okay, how are we going to do it? We're going to go back and say, okay, Wakulla County, you have $300,000, and the nonprofit had $300,000. I'm saying it's going to have to be profitable for the nonprofit at the same time. Bring them in and their personnel and doing 20, 30 homes and then leaving. I don't know. That answer is DCA's answer. But I can only tell you what we're doing. I can only tell you the pitfalls and the things that we've been through and what we're experiencing now. But we did 20 homes last month. We just sent out 24 homes. They should be in about 7 days. Yes, ma'am.
Are the 20 homes that you did last month, have you heard yet whether those have been accepted?
All those homes were accepted by DCA. Now, what's happening is now...
get money for...
Yes, it's $120,000 that DCA has right now. And what happens is, we're under extraordinary scrutiny. And DCA knows that. So, what they did was they came down, all the homes that we sent, they came down and had a few issues that they wanted to discuss with us. That's not unusual. We usually experience that. And they came down, but the money, the only issue right now is just completing those few issues and receiving the funding. But the homes were accepted by DCA. So
let me just be clear.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just 1 second. Are you finished with what you're saying? I just don't want to cut you off in the middle of something.
I basically was saying that the homes, they were accepted. So
okay.
By DCA.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, the homes from May, how many homes were processed
20.
in May?
We processed 22 and 20 were accepted.
Okay, 20 homes were accepted. Does that include the homes that were brought forth at the May 17th meeting for approval?
All of the homes at May 17th meeting were accepted by DCA.
Okay. Did they provide that in writing, by any chance?
Yes, they did. Okay. And I think I sent it out to everybody. They did provide that in writing.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Appreciate it.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
No. No, did you get enough information? Okay. Thank you. Okay. So,
if you have, okay.
No, I think the motion died. I just let the people that had the cards in. We're on to the next item.
Okay.
Okay?
much less controversial.
I hope so. We're up to 12D, as in David, deed restrictions in Wakulla Gardens. This agenda item requests the board to authorize and direct the county attorney to research possible legal causes of action and institute a legal action relating to a racially restrictive deed covenant applicable to all lots located within Wakulla Gardens subdivision. This issue was initially raised by a realtor working with Wakulla County. You heard her speak earlier in the evening, who approached the county to determine whether there was any action the county could take to remove or address the race-based deed restriction on all properties in Wakulla County subdivision. There's an attachment that shows that covenant and the restriction. The realtor noted that she and other realtors in Wakulla County are offended and embarrassed to provide these restrictions to potential property owners in the subdivision. And I'm not going to go through the rest of it. This is race-based.
Authorize the county attorney to research and institute legal action relating to racially restrictive covenant in Wakulla Gardens subdivision.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Brock, second by Commissioner Arts. There are two people to speak on this. Ms. Ruth Francis.
Commissioners, Ruth Francis, 1056 Spring Creek Highway. This issue came to my attention several years ago. There was a family moving from Tallahassee to purchase a house in Wakulla Garden. When they were given a copy of these restrictions, naturally this one stood out. And so they said, no way, I will not move in a neighborhood where I'm not wanted. So they went back to Tallahassee. And the realtor lost that sale. We lost some residents, tax money, and everything. And I think this needs to be stricken from the books. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee Calhoun.
When I saw this agenda item come up, I did a little bit of research, and I just wanted you to be aware, Commissioners, that this is the second time that this has come before the board. The first time was in February of 2009. So I just hope that you follow through and actually take care of this problem this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so there's a motion. By Commissioner Brock and a second by Commissioner Arts.
The only discussion I have on this is that if there are there's other land restrictions that are done by companies like this out there that you're aware of that may have somehow slipped through the cracks for a few decades, please contact us so we can try and figure out if there's something we can do about it.
I take issue with what this lady just said. This wasn't before us properly like this in 09. On February 9, because I know good well we would have taken action on it. I can't believe it didn't come like this.
No, it didn't come like this. Okay. This is pretty formal.
I just want to make sure y'all understand this hasn't been before us like this to have to take action.
Well, understood. This is a very distinct motion that's before us.
This is not something that's being handed out by salespeople or...
They have to disclose, and in that disclosure is that statement, and it's listed as restrictions number 8. It's in your attachment, and they have to disclose that. That's what they're legally obligated to do.
And I mean, the United States Supreme Court in 1949 ruled that these sort of covenants were unenforceable. There's a federal statute on point. The issue that we're dealing with here is, that's all well and good, and it even says across the top that it's not enforceable, but it's embarrassing and it's offensive, and we want to bring an action to actually get it removed so that when you hand these out, you don't even see a vestige of it there.
And I just want to say that the county attorney is going to do this pro bono, and that the only cost to the county will be in the whatever the filing fees are.
Yeah, this process I learned in the conversation about this is it's much more complicated than it should be, because I wanted to, if possible, just automatically, any place this exists in Wakulla County, in case there's one we don't know about, to get rid of it right away. And the county attorney told me that process isn't that easy, and we actually have to sue the landowners who no longer incorporated with those.
Well,
not landowners, the original developer,
the most likely proper party. We're still researching it.
There's just lots of steps that have to be taking place, but our county attorney's firm's taking that on, and this should be corrected in the very near future, and hopefully no one will have to be exposed to it again.
Okay, good. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any further board discussion? Hearing none, call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Let's take a 5-minute break.
I gotta go to work at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, we're going to resume the meeting, and we have the next item on the agenda as a county administrator item.
I was going to give it up. I was going to give an update on the...
oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. Please.
I'll be really quick because I know we're running a little bit over again. I just wanted to... we provided you all with a copy of a order dismissing a complaint that we received regarding the Log Creek litigation. We sent you a copy. I just wanted to run through it real quickly to let you know that this was a complaint that was filed, basically a land use dispute involving Log Creek, Muir Woods, Big Bend LLC, and Spring Creek LLC. They put forward 9 counts, and we defended the county and filed a motion to dismiss, and were able to get 6 of the 9 counts dismissed, which we're very happy about. The counts that were dismissed were the procedural due process claims, the taking claims, the sunshine law claim, and the defamation claim. The 3 counts that remain are equal protection claims. FACT is covering those 100%. They've assigned the defense of those remaining claims to a new law firm, because typically FACT doesn't let the county attorney defend things, which is their right. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. We provided you a copy of the dismissal. If you have any questions, let me know. Yes.
I do have one question. It was my understanding that we requested that we be reimbursed for our legal fees if the charges were dismissed as frivolous or whatever. Is that the situation or not? Are we?
They didn't. That would be. I don't believe that the court gave any legal fees. Frivolous is different than just a dismissal. Frivolous would mean there was basically no chance that they could ever succeed, and they were bringing it forward. That's a higher level. I can check and see if that motion is still pending, and I will, and I'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great thing for the county to get all those things thrown out.
Right, and the FACT is now going to be addressing the other 4 remaining.
Yeah, your insurance company covered all of them, except for the takings claims, which they don't ever cover takings claims. It's an exclusion from your policy. So even when we were defending it, they were paying for the defense of those claims. Now that there's just 3 remaining that they're covering 100%, they're going to have a different law firm defend the county in that. So we'll be overseeing it and making sure that you're kept informed, but they'll be doing the bulk of the work now.
Thank you. And before we go to the county commission item, I had omitted Commissioner Green had a commission item to discuss. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just a request to make of the board, and I apologize for not getting something into your hands. I'd like to request the support of my fellow commissioners that the Wakulla Board of County Commissioners goes on record with the proclamation and recognize the Wakulla-Leon County Choir Union and the community work that they're doing with the efforts to raise funds to provide scholarships to assist underprivileged high school graduates in continuing their post-high school education. They're doing a wonderful job putting on programs, raising funds, with sending high school students to college. And I'd like for the board to go on record as supporting that idea.
Second.
Okay, so a motion by Commissioner Green, second by Commissioner Stewart to create a proclamation in support of the
Wakulla-Leon County Choir Union.
Wakulla-Leon County Choir Union in their high school scholarship drive. Okay, do we have a head nod on that? So we have 5 bobbing heads. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now County Administrator.
Sir.
Last item is item 16. Commissioners, as you remember from our joint workshop with St. Mark's, and in some cases there may have been conversations before that, St. Mark's had asked Wakulla County to basically provide relief for back taxes owed to the county, to Wakulla County, on the 55-acre property known as the St. Mark's Refinery that they recently acquired. And there have been some discussions of how could you do this, and setting aside, if you will, for a moment, the cost of what that relief provision would be. The county attorney, along with the city attorney, worked out in a potential agreement, and then a local agreement that would enable this board to best provide that relief should you decide that you wish to do that. It's $22,034.55, which is owed to the county, so that is the dollar amount in play. And I do note that the mayor of St. Mark's is here as well, may be willing to speak to this issue, but in an effort to bring it to the board as quickly as possible, which was in line with their request, it comes to you by way of add-on as a county administrator item.
Move to approve the interlocal agreement between the City of St. Mark's and Wakulla County.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Brock, second by Commissioner Arts. An apology from Commissioner Kessler. I totally failed to acknowledge you, Mr. Mayor, at the beginning of the evening, and I deeply regret having not done that. So please accept my apologies. Okay, so there's a motion before us. Are there any citizens to speak on this issue? None. And this item is for board direction, and there was a motion to approve this. I'd like to have some discussion of this item. So I'll start off because I'm the one that's wanting this discussion, and so I have some concerns. I met with Mayor Cantor, and I didn't take a tour of the facility, but the idea is, I think, very, very good. But what I'm concerned about, it goes back to also dollars and cents of the county. We all have to balance our budgets, and $22,000 is not a large number in the scope of things, but it's $22,000 when we're hearing how much we are behind in other things. So I'm asking the board to at least consider several things. One, I certainly, I think we all would like to see this venture take place in St. Mark's, as it would be a very noteworthy thing for our county. I also have the responsibility of the taxpayers' dollars. So I would ask that maybe the board would entertain one or two options or some hybrid of it. And that would be to, if we were going to do this waiver and that we would have either some way of making sure that this money is doled out specifically for this piece of property and no other use through some escrow account, or that when this thing becomes functional and it makes money somewhere down the line, that there is a reimbursement to the county. And those were just two thoughts I had, trying to be at least responsible for the taxpayers that are going to be under a lot of stress this coming budget session.
Well, in the interlocal agreement, the City of St. Marks commits to use the money on the piece of property. It's in the interlocal agreement.
I understand that, but how is that, then how would the oversight of that be?
Well,
okay, Mr. Mayor, sure, please. Please.
Commissioners, this is a bit of a non-monetary event. There really isn't any money at play. The prior owner failed to pay the taxes. It was a corporation, and it's now dissolved, so there's no recourse in that direction. City of St. Marks acquired the property, I believe it was April 5th, and of course we're not a tax-paying entity either, so there's no accruing tax. It's that little bit that was left over that was unpaid. Had we not taken any action, no one would have received any tax disbursement because there wasn't any money. What we are asking you to do is to remove this flaw from the deed that we have, so we can further, if necessary, encumber the property through whatever loans or grants that we may be asking for to develop it. So it's not actually a immediate monetary issue. However, we did speak, and I understand your thought that the county would like to share into some of the upside down the road. I have no, that's a reasonable thought. I suspect that we probably will have many other issues to deal with on this property and on other matters as well, that we can work this out as we go. Right now, what I'm just asking you to do is to forgive that tax, and we will go to all the other taxing authorities and ask for some consideration from them so that we can move forward with the redevelopment.
Sure. Thank you. Any questions for the mayor? Okay. All right. I just brought those issues out for discussion, and there's a motion on the floor, and there's a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. Okay. We are now on to discussion items. And I don't know if we want to go there, because if we do that, we'll be finished with the meeting and we'll have to go home. Commissioner Brock.
At the start of the meeting, I had no discussion items, and at the end of the meeting, I have three. I just want to do a couple of quick points. One, Ms. Calhoun brought up an issue earlier about text messaging needing to be turned off our phones. Our staff has already done that. Our county cell phones no longer send text messages. I don't know if they received them. Do they receive them? They don't send or receive text messages.
How long has that been? Since early March.
Since early March.
But anything that was requested before that, I still should have been able to get, correct? Through the request.
Through a subpoena of the cell phone company, which your lawyer can do for you.
Mine still does, but I asked for it to be put back on mine.
Oh.
And you're welcome to look at any text message I send.
And I thought I had sent one a little while ago.
There's a policy in place, not to cut you off, Commissioner, but when the issue arose, we, I believe, concurrently also passed a policy for employees. The county business was not to be conducted by text. So it's either verbal, which is normal. You sit down and have a meeting. You don't sit down and pull out your cell phone and start texting each other across the table. Or sometimes it's by letter, sometimes it's by email. But, I mean, the public records that were requested were provided. I think what I'm hearing is a frustration that every single bit of business done by the county was not done in a written format amongst employees, and I'm sorry, that's not the way business is conducted.
I may have missed it. Was there? You say there's a policy that we don't do any.
For county employees, yes, do not conduct county business by text because of this issue, the difficulty in you know, by my estimation, if you cannot capture a written document and store it and have it there for public inspection, you should not use that tool for public business. And so clearly there are three different mechanisms for conduction of public business: email, letter, hard letter, and the talking face-to-face. And we use all three.
I just asked my wife to fix me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, if you'd like to see that one.
Didn't mean to go off on that. I was just letting you know that that was an update that I was aware of.
Okay, and I wasn't, but I don't conduct county business, I don't think, on texting. This is something new that I even was aware of, but I didn't know that we had a policy, and I'm glad that we do, to that effect.
Thank you, sir. Issue 2, Ronald Fred Crum asked us to pass a resolution in favor of trying to send a message about the nets and the problems we have with nets. He wants it by next Thursday. We can't do that for many reasons involving the strengths of government and our ability to write a resolution and get it passed to the board meeting. When I told him that before he had to go home to see his family, he asked that if possible we call and express any concerns we might have to Senator Al Lawson and Embry and express our support for what they're doing, which I am happy to do. Because every time I see that demonstration with the fish, I get frustrated about the little baby fish dying. And lastly, talked about earlier, Mount Visa Road, which is why it wasn't a discussion item, because I thought I could touch it on the earlier issue, which Commissioner Arts quite rightly pointed out was a separate issue. Our roads department, and I'm sure is a legitimate argument, has said that it's going to cost $1.5 million to widen Mount Visa Road and stabilize it. Some citizens on that road have argued that they feel that number is very high. They have requested that we get a formal quote. Engineering figure out how much. I don't know how much it costs to get a formal quote but getting the formal quote of how much it would cost to get the road fixed. And I can bring this back as a commissioner item if you like in the future, or I would just ask staff if they might be able to do that if we have the head nods now.
I think maybe Cleve, were you getting? I thought when I had asked you about that, you were getting some study or bringing an item about some study or whatever.
We can't afford $1.5 million, so I just want to get with. Yeah.
The larger number is based on realignment of Mount Visa Road all the way through. You know, we're getting this confused with selectively only doing 3 or 4 pieces of property, which, you know, if you want me to get a price for doing the first 3 or 4 lots there, we'll get a price for that. But to realign Mount Visa Road, it's more than the Roberts and the Sykes and the Nettles property. There's other people live down there. So I'm confused at what we want to try to do here.
I am too.
What's being asked the conversation being led by Commissioner Nettles, is he would like to see the road, because he feels it's unsafe currently, even though he's lived on it for 15 years. He'd like to see it widened to the right-of-way. And that's what he's asking. So I'm just asking to get a quote so I can tell him, and so that I can tell him it'll cost this much, and until we have this much money, we can or can't do it.
You're asking for a study of what it would take to do that road?
Yes, and I can bring it back to the agenda item if you would rather I do that.
How much does it cost?
How much is a study?
A study.
Well, how much is it to go out and get that?
We had given you some prices with Preble Rish We've also, we've brought other people in to see if we're too far off basis on the realignment of the whole road. And the problem you have there is very environmentally sensitive. It floods, and if you create an erosion problem, you could lose their property during a flooding event. Right now, that property is staying there because of nature has stabilized that slope. If you don't do something if you start working in that area, and if you don't stabilize that slope, and you have a flooding event or a rain event, and that's what our concern is. If you want us to go out there and clear the road, we can do that. But I'm not going to guarantee after the water comes up in tropical storms, there's going to be a place for those people to go back to their homes.
And I want to be very quickly, I've raised this point that you're saying. It's not a point that I pointed out to the person whose house has the sharpest drop-off from the mountain to their house is Commissioner Nettles. And I said, the only person who's going to suffer here, if this goes differently than you think it's going to go, it's going to be you. Because everyone else, the road forms like there's a hill on both sides, so you can flatten it down, is what he thinks, and I don't know because I'm not an engineer, and fill in the road and make it even so you don't have this gully that you're driving through in a rainstorm. Because right now you have hill on both sides into the dirt road. And he would like to see us move towards that. And I'm just curious at how much, and if you have the emails, just forward me the emails with the price quotes we have.
But like I said, I'll get a price based on the up to former Commissioner Nettles' property. But I said, when this first come up, it's always been the total realignment of the road.
I don't want you to spend any money doing it. I don't want you to spend a nickel. I don't care if it costs $10. We don't have $10 to spend on it.
The only way I would be interested in doing this, and I've had some conversations with our attorney, is to do it as an MSBU, where we go through the petition process, same as the neighborhoods you've worked in, where if the people along there want to pay for all that to be done, all the permits and stuff, that would be the way to do it.
Good idea.
But it's going to be very expensive.
Okay. Well, what I will do, I will pass this message back on. I promised him I would bring it up and try and get a formal quote. So if we don't want to make that next step forward, which I'm okay with, I'd like to see us do it, but I can't force us to. Move forward, get a formal quote on how much it would cost to fix.
So let's say the quote is totally out of hand and it's really
$7.5 million, which is it's 1.4 is what's being said.
Right. So let's say it's $700,000.
Mm-hmm.
Does that give you more comfort?
And fixing the road?
No.
Then we go and talk to Commissioner. Then you have a point that you're talking about, and I can go to Commissioner Nettles and say, Commissioner Nettles, because basically, and I'm not criticizing anybody out there. And I have every confidence in our roads department, but they're arguing that he feels that quote's high, and I'm like, and that they feel that it's significantly high.
Okay.
So that's the argument being made right now. I don't want Cleve to feel that I'm lacking confidence in him. I was just trying to get a formal quote. So.
Okay, and any time in getting a formal quote
costs money.
Yes.
I understand that.
You don't want someone to spin their wheels for nothing. Usually when you go out and get a quote, there's some intention that you're going to go ahead and do this.
I anticipate at some point we will need that to move forward with widening the road. I anticipate at some point that road will be realigned back to the 50 foot of right-of-way we have. I could be wrong from the looks of everyone staring at me with shock in their eye. So, I'll pass it. Thank you. That was my third point. I appreciate your time.
Okay, great. Commissioner Stewart.
I'll just let y'all know I won't be here. I'll be out of the country on that county commission meeting on the August 2nd.
You want to move the meeting to your open house?
Oh, yeah. You want to do something about that?
I don't care. Y'all welcome to have it without me.
Well, can we do something to accommodate you?
Well, you can give me some money to go on this trip, but short of that, no.
You can take us along with you.
Going to the Galapagos Islands.
What?
On a mission trip, but you're welcome to go, sir.
I'm all for those turtles.
But if we can move it, that's fine. If we can't, I'm okay with missing it.
Which day are we talking about?
See if we can do something there.
What day are we talking about?
That whole week I'm going until be back late on the 8th.
What month?
August, I'm sorry.
August 2nd, okay.
What might be more convenient, Commissioner Stewart, and just looking at because I'm cheating and looking at your calendar, there might be issues. If there's an issue on the 2nd that you have any concerns about, I'm sure we'd be glad to hold it to the 16th. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I would agree to that.
Just have a meeting and
Yeah, talk about you.
there you go. just don't assign me anything. I'm not here.
Okay, so that's sort of the gentleman's agreement over here. If there's any
And lady.
and lady, I'm sorry, gentleperson's agreement that if there's any
Controversial.
or items that you, even if they're non-controversial, that you would like to have a discussion on,
Fair enough.
and
I appreciate that.
Agree to that. Okay. Okay, and
That's all mine.
okay, thank you, Commissioner Arts.
Okay, at our last meeting, I had mentioned to you the Rural Business Opportunity Grant that I was exploring, and TCC and our grants people we were moving forward on it, but there was a conversation with the funding agency, and it became pretty clear that it really needed to be more regional in the county. So we've decided not to apply for that grant, although I wonder if for the North Florida, is Jennifer still here? If for the North Florida broadband, that might be a good thing to apply for next time. But TCC has come up with at least one other funding opportunity that would be along similar lines. This is for a Climate Showcase Community Grant from EPA, and we would have a little more time till July 26th. So the grants people wanted to see if there was a head nod to keep kind of fleshing out this concept and reshaping it a little for this grant application. It'll come back to you, but before a lot more meeting time is spent, we just wanted to see if y'all are on board with continuing to go after grant money for some of these energy conservation and energy and training kind of opportunities. Okay?
I'm fine.
Okay. All right. I also have been working, I think I've got 2 people who are willing to help the county write grants for free. So I just wanted to let you know we're working on that. One who was ready to start now and another who will start in the fall. So I'm pushing hard to try and get grants to do it in Monday. Okay, last thing. I need to set my July...
Can I make a comment on that?
Sure.
As long as discussion.
Oh, yeah.
On the grants. And one of the things that I thought I heard this evening by the auditor was that grants are down. That is a concern, I think, of all of us, and I'm still concerned in the grant structure and who's assigned to what and what accountability we have. When everyone's flat out right now working on the budget, office budget and management, we used to have a grants department that was separate, that was focused on grants, and I don't know. I continue to feel uneasy with what we have. I appreciate your getting volunteer help, but I also think as a county we need to really take a look at our grants department again.
I think we have some selective hearing. You also heard from your auditor that this county has one of the strongest levels of grants compared to peer that he has experienced.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and something happened to it.
No, he said that's current.
Well, that's what I heard when he says grants went down. And he's made that comment to us before in prior meetings that we get a lot of our revenue through grants. And now he's saying it's down. I mean, that's what he said.
Well, my goal was in bringing this up wasn't to necessarily talk about restructuring. I just, wanted to make sure that it's okay to keep moving forward on some of these grant applications. I'm trying to do a lot of the work myself, and also, you know, just to let you know that we have 2 people who have volunteered to help write some grants, and I hope with some of these grants that we can start building in some administrative costs that would maybe pay for another grant writer or a contract grant writer if possible.
And there's also the situation of writing grants and getting grants and not being able to manage those grants, okay? So that's another thing that, you know, we've been in that situation before, and then there's all these loose ends out there that others have to come by and address. So, I mean, it's like building a building, then you need the money for maintenance. And if we go out and get these grants, we need the staff there that's going to make sure this grant goes on, gets closed.
I think our staff's been doing a pretty good job of managing the grants, so that's my impression. So, anyway, the other thing, I need to set dates for July 2011 for this environmental conference. So I just wanted to see if I can get some guidance again about when we'll meet next July.
Sticking to prior and your current policy, your third Monday of the month would be the board meeting. The first Monday of the month would be waived as a summer recess.
Okay.
That's the way it's been for.
Because I think we had to change it this year because I had set the dates last year. All right, so the third.
It's the third Monday that we meet. Yeah, that's right.
Can I just count on the third week? Because there's going to be at least one new county commissioner next year, so it might be hard to predict Monday.
It's July 18th, no matter who's here. You know, there it is.
Okay, all right. So I'll avoid that week. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, can I say one other thing?
Yeah, sure.
It seems to me our last couple meetings have gotten a little drawn out, and we were kind of moving along a little more efficiently. I know I need to talk less, but maybe we could keep the agenda moving a little quicker like we were. I don't know.
I'd accept any recommendations. Maybe, you know, I sometimes get to look at these meetings again and enjoy them. And you might take a look at it and see what areas I can improve on. I'd be happy to do it. Okay, Commissioner Green? Okay, great. That's me. One thing, I was at the CRTPA today, and there was just a great presentation and a corridor study dealing with a section of North Monroe, and it was sort of incredible, and it was done by, at no cost to, done by FSU. Okay, and you know I've spoken before about us having a university, getting involved, doing something. I mean, I don't see it happening. But somehow, the opportunity is there. We're right in their backyard. This is something that the board, I thought, said we wanted to do, and yet I don't see it happening. So I just asked staff to re-energize themselves in that area, and because this
is there a project? I mean, we had pulled down at no cost to the county Eric Eddy for a long time, who, by the way, won the basically the Rising Star Award by the Florida City County Managers Association this year. This isn't this is a future city county manager. He was, whether or not you appreciate it, this is a good guy that we've had for free. That was through a relationship with the ASCII school. He worked on a number of various agenda items. So are you talking about that sort of thing? Because that is established, and now that Eric is moving on, we will tap in the fall semester the ASCII school again to have additional, hopefully full volunteer, well, no, hopefully there's no money, so it'll be full volunteer services. Or are you talking about to perform a study or to perform some sort of...
All of the above. What I think I had brought to the board before, and I think what the board gave their approval to was to actually form an alliance with one or more of the universities, having interns come through here and, as part of their credits, be a contributing factor for our county. And that's what I'd like to see. Then as it gets to individual projects, I think we need to keep the universities in mind.
I do, we've understood, we're doing it. One of the concerns raised is a lot of our peer local governments, for those who are so inclined, offer paid internships, stipends at a minimum. We offered Eddie leftover pizza, which seemed to work, so maybe it'll work again, but lightning only strikes twice, right? But that was a concern, but we'll continue to ask. We'll continue to ask.
Okay. Appreciate that. And another thing that happened at the CRTPA is they funded it, they put aside money into a section that will look at the CRTPA's region for bike pedestrian holistic approach at looking at that. So that's another thing that's good for us, and that it pushes that along. And the other thing is, going back to my concerns, is I think we need to have response from the administration on especially two items, the item of that $800,000 and the item on Inspired Technologies. I think we need to have administrative response to that. It concerns me that those statements are out there, and that I've been through it.
It concerns me that you're asking me to take some half-rate allegation about my home without any vetting and respond to it tonight.
No, I'm not asking you to respond tonight. No, I would like you to at least respond.
That concerns me.
No, not to respond tonight. I would like you to respond in writing 10 days before the next meeting.
No, I'll tell you now.
Okay.
I bought my home from Craig Goodson. My wife and I bought it from his wife and him. That's it. I find it offensive. On the other issue, what's the other issue?
Okay, before we go on to the other issue and being offensive and not offensive, if you're buying a home, I think, you're buying a home from somebody that we're doing business with, I think there should have been disclosure.
I paid fair market value. I bought a home from a private party, not from a business. This is obscene to me.
Okay. It's concerning to me. And the other item is the item that deals with the expansion of our
personnel costs.
All right.
We have reported a number of times, let alone in the budget processes of each of these years, what the costs were. That being said, we did a holistic memo earlier this year that was given to each of the commissioners. This data was in there. It's noted what the personnel costs were each year. If you're asking that I generate a clarification memo that goes into depth as to why has personnel costs gone up over time, I'm happy to do that. I could thumbnail it for you right now. You've approved cost of living adjustments. You have taken on increased retirement costs, and you have not passed on health insurance rate increases, about 18% over time is my understanding. You didn't pass those on to your employees. You absorbed those costs. But I will flesh it out as far as you would like, and we'll do another memo to the board.
Thank you. And I think that I'd like to see that memo take out the health costs that should be significant. And I would like the issue addressed that the conflict I'm hearing is that these were our figures that we produced, okay? And if the citizens is saying that this thing went up by $800,000, then we should be either agreeing to it or clarifying it.
I don't know, a process is information in and information out. I know what I generated. I will speak to those numbers. If you're asking me to take the data that this office presented and add additional analysis to it, I'll do that. If you're asking me to look at some third party, I don't know what this person did.
I'm not asking you to look at the third party. I'm asking you to look at our information.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And we've been looking at it each year. I'm happy to do it in a memo format again.
Okay, and if we could have that before the next board meeting, appreciate it 10 days before.
We will work for it as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you, and entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay.